to the Democrats, Congressman Peters, Panetta, and others who went to the giant sequoias and Costa to study the issue, to know what needs to be happened, to work towards it and make that, to save them. Why would we want to destroy them? Why in this opportunity would we not put it in this bill? Is it because it's bipartisan? Can you only bring bills to the floor that are partisan? You know, it's interesting when the constituents ask all the challenges on this floor. When the constituents were going to ask me about a firefighter bill to help save our forest, would eliminate 610 firefighters? Only a Democrat Congress could think that's a wildfire bill. That you're going to eliminate 610 firefighters. How's that going to protect them more? It's only in this Congress that you could ask a bill that's called America Rescue Plan that creates inflation. It's only an American Rescue Plan that you could tell the American public, can you afford to lose a month's salary? No one will say yes, but that's exactly what you took from them. That's what inflation has done. This bill is needed. Not the bill you've written, but this issue. You have saved the sequoias. It's a crisis before us, and you will not even put it in the bill when it's bipartisan. But I cannot imagine that you would bring a bill forward that would eliminate firefighters and the need when we're on fire. And I cannot imagine that you wouldn't work to build more reservoirs so people can store water in the wet years so they'll be there in the dry years. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas
I
is
reserve.
recognized. It reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just a few key points. First, I understand why there's some confusion on the other side regarding the firefighter pay provision because, again, my colleagues voted against increasing firefighter pay a year ago when the bipartisan infrastructure bill was before this body. So I understand that they're prepared to vote against it again. I would just simply say with respect to the provisions of this bill and whether they're bipartisan or partisan or not, I suspect that Representative LaMalfa, whose H.R. 4505 is in this bill, would disagree. I suspect H.R. 5345, a bill introduced by Mr. Moore, which is also in this bill, I think tends to refute that fact. But in any event, I'll digress from there and I'll yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton.
Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I join my colleagues in support of the Wildfire Response and Drought Resiliency Act. I support this bill because we are in the midst of a crisis. After decades of severe drought, the Colorado River, which supplies water to 40 million people across 7 states, is on the brink of collapse. The future of Arizona and the entire American Southwest depends on how we respond. Bold action to protect our water supply has never been more important, and the federal government needs to act with the urgency before it's too late. The Wildfire Response and Drought Resiliency Act is a necessary step to help our communities deal with the impacts of climate change and a drier future. It builds on the investments in the bipartisan infrastructure law to use our water more efficiently, and it includes my legislation to provide $500 million for immediate action to protect critical water levels in Lake Mead and Lake Powell. Time is of the essence. We must act now. We cannot allow this crisis to turn into a catastrophe. I urge my colleagues to save the Colorado River, save the American Southwest, and support this bill. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is the Democratic equivalent of fiddling while our forests burn. They call it the Wildfire Response and Water Resiliency Act, but while it spends lavishly, it accomplishes almost nothing. You know, for 14 years in Congress, I've dealt extensively with issues of fire and water, and here's what I've learned. Excess timber will always come out of the forest. Either we will carry it out, or nature will burn it out. When we carried it out by logging, we enjoyed healthy forests and a thriving economy. We stopped active forest management decades ago due to radical environmental laws that have made it impossible. Today, our forests are now morbidly overgrown, and nature is again burning out the excess. Now, this bill does nothing to reform the laws that have made active forest management impossible, and instead it consigns us to fight a losing battle that will cost us our forests for generations to come. And when it comes to water, droughts are nature's fault. They happen. But water shortages are our fault. They're the choice we made when the same radical laws made new dam construction impossible. Dams save water from wet years so that we have plenty in the dry ones. And we'll not solve our water shortage until we build more dams, and we can't build more dams until we overhaul these same laws. Instead, this bill pours hundreds of millions of dollars into desalination. Well, the most successful desalination plant is in Carlsbad, California. And at a time when we can't guarantee enough electricity to keep your lights on, Carlsbad consumes enough electricity to power 250 homes in order to produce enough water for one home. This bill is pure folly. It will consume billions of dollars of our resources while condemning us to a dismal future of chronic forest fires and water shortages. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford.
The gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's great to see you at the chair. I'd like to thank Chairman Grijalva for yielding the time and bringing this important bill to the floor, and I applaud my friend and colleague, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, for leading this legislation. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 5118, the Wildfire Response and Resiliency Act. As a native of Las Vegas, I grew up with frequent trips to Lake Mead, which is part of my district. That is why it is heartbreaking to see levels at Lake Mead at their lowest point since the reservoir was first filled in 1937. It is currently only 27% full. Madam Speaker, Nevada and much of the west of the U.S. has experienced a very hot and dry summer, fueling drought and even fires in some areas. In this year's appropriation bill, we secured $6 million for Lake Mead, the Las Vegas Wash Program, to directly address the falling water levels. And this legislation, the Wildfire Response and Resiliency Act, will further address some of the issues being caused by this heat and drought. This package represents 49 individual member bills, bringing together many great ideas and solutions to the problem. Madam Speaker, it establishes new hiring authorities and minimum basic pay for the brave men and women who serve as wildland firefighters. It provides $500 million to prevent key reservoirs like Lake Mead from declining to unsafe levels. It invests in drought-proof water infrastructure like water recycling and desalination projects. And Madam Speaker, this legislation also secures water reliability for Indian country, investing $1 billion in tribal clean water access. And it will support the development of modern water management data and technology. H.R. 5118 will protect and restore important ecosystems, and I encourage this body to pass this legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, sadly, many of the water and power users in the Colorado Basin were not consulted on this $500 million Colorado River provision and don't even know what it would be used for. That's another reason why we should actually work on these issues in committee and have a bipartisan markup. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Westman. Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I cannot support the entirety of the package we are considering today, I am grateful that my bipartisan, bicameral Saline Lakes Ecosystems in the Great Basin States Program Act was included in this bill. This important legislation, which moved through the House Natural Resources Committee with unanimous support, will be the first step addressing our challenges that many Utahns know we're going through right now with the Great Salt Lake and other saline lakes. Let me let me say a special thank you to my friend from California, Congressman Huffman, who he and I disagree on many issues, the entirety almost of this bill or this approach, but I do appreciate the relationship that I've been able to establish so we could get this to the point where we got it today. It is very important to my state to have this. My state legislature has been working on this, and our governor, it's been a key aspect. Let me add one piece about what we're going to be talking about today is we have the Republican team led by Mr. Westman have exceptional ideas on how to get out ahead of this issue that we're facing with wildfires, and we want to have that voice and that be able to be implemented more in these. Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves, and the gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just simply say I want to say thank you to my Republican colleague and neighbor from Utah, and that we're glad we could get his bill into this important bipartisan wildfire response and drought resiliency package. And with that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. O'Halloran.
The gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Colorado for yielding. I also want to thank the work put in by Chairman Grijalva. I rise to speak, Madam Chair, on the support of the Wildfire Response and Drought Resiliency Act. This bill includes many long-fought initiatives to address the mega drought and year-round wildfires we see in Arizona. Arizona's 1st congressional district encompasses rural and tribal communities, 6 national forests, 3 tribal forests, along with the Grand Canyon. There is no longer a wildfire season in northern Arizona. Deadly wildfires happen year-round, and these fires threaten our homes, businesses, and communities. Included within the final package are several bills that address key policy steps we can take to address wildfires, drought, and public safety in our national forest. This legislation allows for the hiring of more Forest Service law enforcement officers, which will improve safety, oversight of our forests, especially during high-risk days where fires can start in an instant. Another critical provision will create a grant program to remove non-native plant species like salt cedars that contribute to drought and fire conditions. Importantly, also within this package are 2 tribal water settlements that I've fought for since 2017 arriving in Congress, the White Mountain Apache Tribe and the Havasupai Tribe water settlements. The tribes have been waiting decades for these federal approvals. In addition, these settlements will provide the state of Arizona with greater surety in its water future. Today, I'm looking forward to joining my colleagues gathered here to vote to pass this critical package of bills. And I want to also acknowledge that there is a tremendous amount of work over decades that has not been done by this Congress, and it has to complete, and I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I want to thank my friend from Arkansas for allowing me to speak on this important issue. Madam Speaker, rural communities, as you know, across the country are plagued by persistent drought and catastrophic wildfires, especially communities in the western United States. As a representative for Washington's 4th Congressional District and as chairman of the Congressional Western Caucus, I have been consistently calling for these issues to be taken up in committees and here on the House floor. In one sense, I'm very glad that our colleagues from across the aisle are finally realizing just how crucial that these issues are, but I'm disappointed by the fact that today's rushed package of provisions fails to address the root challenges that we face in the West and ignores a myriad of solutions that were offered by my Republican colleagues. Rather than fixing our broken duplicative requirements under the National Environmental Policy Act, this package adds more regulation and bureaucratic red tape. Rather than enhancing opportunities for long-term water storage infrastructure and offering any type of lasting solutions for forest and species management, it focuses on adding environmental studies and prioritizing environmental justice. Madam Speaker, my colleagues and I submitted numerous amendments that would actually solve these problems, to encourage additional water storage, active forest management, common sense reforms to the Endangered Species Act, and critically needed domestic energy and timber development. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, Democrats refuse to even let these amendments be considered for debate. This bill fails to address the actual problems facing rural communities and will likely exacerbate the very issues Democrats claim the bill addresses. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Chair, I would say I have great respect for my colleague from Washington, and we've worked together closely in the past. I would just say we are considering a number of amendments today, including an amendment from the Republican leader, Mr. McCarthy, who spent a great deal of time on the floor just a few moments ago talking about his particular amendment. But in any event, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
The gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the Wildfire Response and Drought Resiliency Act, as wildfires have been burning across my home state of New Mexico, and our life-giving Rio Grande has dried for the first time in decades in significant stretches of the river. This bill is vital to supporting our communities as they are responding to the impacts and working to build a more resilient future. This year, communities across our state have been battling unprecedented wildfires that have devastated homes and livelihoods and taken the lives of 4 first responders just a couple of weeks ago from Bernalillo County in my home district, exacerbated by a millennial drought and the impacts of global climate change. But we are New Mexicans, and we are resilient. And this bill, which includes our wildfire legislation and 3 of my water bills, are crucial to the future of our state. And that is why I am so incredibly grateful for the leadership of this body, to Speaker Pelosi, Leader Hoyer, my good friend Representative Joe Neguse, our amazing committee chairman, Mr. Grijalva, for their incredible leadership in meeting this moment and putting together a comprehensive package to address drought and wildfire across our country. These bills will empower our communities, our tribes, and our pueblos who have depended on these life-giving waters since time immemorial, our acequias and our land grants who have depended on these lands and waters for generations, and empower our communities with tools, resources, and science to meet the moment. My Bipartisan Water Data Act will help unlock the power of big data and science to help transform water management across the United States. Our Rio Grande Water Security Act will help to create a framework for collaboration and innovation to keep water in our precious river. The Water Smart Access for Tribes Act will help to lower barriers so that our tribes and pueblos can access vital funding for water security projects. And our Hermit's Peak bill will help to make our communities who have been devastated by wildfires whole again. Madam Speaker, we must pass the Wildfire Response and Drought Resilience Act, and we must pass it to prevent more devastating fires, to pass it to ensure that our life-giving rivers do not continue to run dry, and we must pass this legislation so that our communities have the tools and the resources that they need to remain resilient. The time to act is now, and the time to support our communities is now. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Colorado reserves, and the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher.
The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What is a just transition to so-called clean energy? We've been hearing the term all week from my colleagues across the aisle. Does a just transition mean the highest inflation in 40 years or record energy prices? Does it mean handing out billions of dollars to the Green Socialist lobby? Does a just transition mean we let our federal forests burn year over year without maintaining them? Or does it mean we don't give tribes the same ability to take care of the forests as states have? Just transition means some, but not all, can maintain the spaces around them. And I'm disappointed that my amendment was not included in today's bill. My amendment would have enabled Native tribes and counties who have to live with the unmanaged forests around them to have an opportunity to help our forests be healthy. I stand in opposition to this bill for a lot of reasons, just two of which are not including tribes and counties in this so-called wildfire response. But my amendment was not included.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves, and the gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Leja Fernandez.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chairman and Chairman Grijalva, and everybody who has worked to bring this bill to the floor today. A historic drought has forced ranchers in our parched eastern plains to sell their cattle early. We don't collect and share data about our precious water resources with the ranchers, tribes, and farmers who need it most. 4 brave firefighters lost their lives battling wildfires across my beautiful state. 5 more people died in the fires and the floods from the burn scars. Today, I honor each of those 9 souls and their grieving friends and family. The Wildfire Response and Drought Resiliency Act is like a gentle monsoon rain falling on our thirsty landscape. It brings real solutions to these problems. It includes my Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon fire bill to compensate those who lost their ancestral homes, businesses, and ranches when the Forest Service started not 1, but 2 fires that became an inferno of destruction. These fires scorched 534 square miles of land in Mora, San Miguel, and Taos counties. When I visited the burn scar, Brandon Bustos, a 3rd grader evacuated from his beloved village, said, "Mora will be back, I guarantee it." He has not given up on his future, and neither have I, and neither have any of us who will vote for this bill, because this bill will help Mora rebuild. It will pay firefighters a minimum wage that is necessary because they risk their lives for us. It will invest in burn centers of excellence, in the science, technology, and data sharing we need to build resiliency and make every precious drop of water count, because agua sí es vida. I urge my colleagues to vote for it today. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Colorado reserves, and the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
Gentleman's recognized.
I appreciate it. Now, I appreciate Mr. DeGoose working on this legislation here, but to have this all in a catch-all bill, in my home state of California, the 2 biggest things going on are wildfire and drought, other than politics. And so to have so little time to put this together, I wish we had more time to work on this. I appreciate he included a small piece on biochar that I was working on, but the big picture here is the drought is affecting so much of my state. These crops listed here, many of them 100% of what is used in the United States, hundreds of thousands of acres being left out. The people of this country will not see these crops come from California or the U.S. They'll come from other countries if we get them at all. And on the forestry side, I had a Dixie fire last year that was 1 million acres, and yet we're going to take the power away from the Forest Service to move at already a glacial pace of 1% per year under their 10-year plan of treating forest lands, take away 600 of their staff, and basically just make it that much slower for Forest Service to respond. So between the drought and the weaponizing possibly of monitoring against farmers of water supply, we're going backwards on this. So I'm disappointed. I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the chair. I would say first, we are glad that we got Mr. LaMalfa's H.R. 4505 into this bill and looking forward to supporting it today. I just have to, again, respond to this argument that's been made about the 10-year plan. I would hope that my colleagues and I could agree to argue the merits of the bill based on the text of the bill. The bill makes clear that the activities that the Forest Service is mandated to implement include the Wildfire Crisis Landscape Investment Plan entitled Confronting the Wildfire Crisis Initial Landscape Investments to Protect Communities and Improve Resilience in America's Forests, dated April 2022. What is that document? That's the 10-year plan that the Forest Service authorized that we voted for back last November. So this codifies that and builds upon it by giving the Forest Service more resources to do even more landscape restoration and forest management across the country. With that, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz.
The gentleman's recognized.
I rise today with my daughters in strong support of H.R. 5118, the Wildfire Response and Drought Resiliency Act. This legislation includes my bill, the Salton Sea Project Improvements Act, which will take strong action to address the crisis at the Salton Sea. In our region, drought and reduced water flows into the Salton Sea have led to deteriorating water quality and toxic dust that threatens local communities' health. My bill will authorize $250 million the Bureau of Reclamation can spend on the Salton Sea and expand the types of transformative projects at the sea. This will ultimately strengthen our all-hands-on-deck approach to this environmental and public health crisis by expanding the Bureau's ability to work with state, local, and tribal partners in the area. I urge my colleagues to swiftly pass this drought and wildfire bill, and I urge the Senate to do the same. I yield back.
We'll remind all members to refrain from references to guests on the floor. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale.
Thank you, Ranking Member Westerman, and thank you, Madam Speaker. As it stands now, this bill will make a vast swath of land inaccessible, making it harder for firefighters to respond. This bill's approach to wildfires is backwards. The people of Montana and across the West have seen too many fires scorch homes, businesses, and forests. It has destroyed air quality, water quality, and fisheries. They appreciate the bravery of the responding firefighters, but I believe many would prefer never to see the wildfires in the first place. My amendment would have addressed root causes of wildfires by clarifying language in statute that allows radical environmentalists to delay the harvest of timber as per the Cottonwood decision, which has made proper forest management near impossible. The Cottonwood decision has delayed forest planning, wildfire mitigation efforts, and ultimately weaponized the Endangered Species Act, allowing special interest groups to line up like pigs at the trough, lapping up legal fees and settlements, stripping valuable resources from agencies and keeping them from carrying out their mission. In closing, I will say that I'm appalled that Democrats will not consider common sense amendments like mine, which would allow these mitigation efforts to take place. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserved. Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from California who has become a real leader here in our caucus and in the Congress on forestry and forest management, Mr. Panetta.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the Wildfire Response and Drought Resiliency Act. Let me, of course, thank Representative Neguse for his strong leadership on these issues, as well as Leader Hoyer for getting this bill to the floor. I also want to acknowledge and understand my good friend Mr. Westerman's complaints about regular order, but I also know that he understands how urgent of action is needed, especially when it comes for us getting a grip on the conflagrations, the devastation, and the destruction that we are experiencing in the American West when it comes to wildfires. Now, right now, we have a record drought that has led to record levels of dryness, dead and dying fuels, which have created vast swaths of wilderness that are flammable, ignitable, and combustible just from a single spark, a simple down power line, a smoldering campfire, or a strike of lightning that can absolutely wipe out not just our forests and our parks, but lives and livelihoods. This legislation contains a number of bills that would help reduce that threat, including my Save Our Forests Act, that would authorize the Forest Service to hire more employees to help manage not just forests, but the people who visit our forests. 80% of wildfires are caused by humans, so more Forest Service personnel are needed to manage humans acting like humans. Additionally, the Wildfire Emergency Safety Act, which I authored with Senator Feinstein, provides the strategy and the authority to start thinning out the undergrowth of overgrown forest and then set prescribed burns to eliminate those dead and dying fuels. This bill would do that at the national level with large-scale restoration projects, and it would do that at the local level with non-federal lands through partnerships with our federal stakeholders. Let me also make one thing clear to our environmental allies. This is not a slippery slope to clear cutting or commercial logging. This is not about timber harvesting for economic interests, but this is about smart, science-based, commonsensical stewardship for our forests. It's a solution to deal with our drought and a strategy to not just suppress wildfires, but also to do everything we can to prevent them. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last year, my home state of California experienced the worst year for wildfires in the entire history of the state. And as of this morning, the Oak Fire is burning just outside my district. It has consumed over 100 homes and displaced tens of thousands of people. Science tells us that the only way to reduce the intensity of these wildfires is to reduce the density of the fuels through either mechanical thinning or prescribed burns. But unfortunately, this bill makes the situation even worse by locking up over 58 million new acres of forest with a wilderness designation that would prevent the use of mechanical thinning or prescribed burns to reduce the density of the fuels. This bill is called the Wildfire Response Act, but Madam Speaker, our response to wildfires cannot be to take actions that make future wildfires even more destructive. I urge a no vote. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlewoman from the great state of Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield a minute and 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Texas.
I thank the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, and I thank this body for recognizing the cruciality of where we are today as relates to fires. I know the gentleman's territory, but many people might not know that Texas also is impacted by wildfires. And so I rise in strong support for H.R. 5118, the Wildfire Response and Drought Resiliency Act, because of many reasons. One, I support my firefighters. As anyone has seen firefighters who fight these fires being interviewed, they are in the midst of the fire. And as anyone has heard the families that look and say, there is nothing here, but for firefighters, I would not be here. So Houston is no stranger to these weather conditions. 51 trillion gallons of water fell in Hurricane Harvey. But yet wildfires are another type of extreme weather that imperils our community, and it is attributable to climate change, as Hurricane Harvey was. Wildfires are often unplanned fires which burn in a natural area such as a forest. Along with the destruction and loss of forests caused by blazes, there are immediate and long-term environmental impacts that dramatically affect vital resources. Expanded areas of high severity fire can impact tree regeneration, soil erosion, and water quality, and yes, the quality of life. And it can cause major destruction in property, but loss of life. And this legislation is a recognition of attempting to address this question and address it now.
The gentleman's time has expired.
R 5118.
15 seconds to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman's recognized.
Would boost pay and benefits for firefighters, help the U.S. Forest Service fill gaps in fire management staff, expand forest management projects, and reduce hazardous fuels. Let me introduce into the record North Texas wildfire continues to grow amid high heat, and battle magnified, sunlighted, ignited paper, and started a 500-acre Texas wildfire. I ask unanimous consent to place in the record. I ask my colleagues to support the underlying bill. I yield back.
That request will be covered by a subsequent general leave request. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Oregon, Idaho, California, New Mexico, the Western United States is on fire. We need to do something now. The folks here probably remember last year when we looked out the window here in D.C. and we saw smoke going over the top of this town, and that was Oregon, or what used to be part of Oregon. If we're going to avoid that, we need to do something now. To delay is to destroy. And this bill, sadly, should be called the delay bill. Why? Because built into it throughout are obstacles to getting back into the forest. Obstacles in the form of foundations for litigation of all sorts, all types, and what we engage in then is paralysis through litigation. This bill creates numerous new means of delaying getting back into the woods. We cannot afford to do this. To delay is to destroy. This bill needs to be opposed. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves, and the gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, Majority Leader Hoyer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Madam Chair. In September of 2020, as the El Dorado fire raged through California Big Bear, hotshot firefighter Charlie Morton said to his loved ones what he always said when there was a fire in the area: "I've got to protect my mountains." Hotshot, like Morton, serve in the vanguard. They're tasked with making the area safe for other firefighters to operate. As one hotshot explained, "We do not get to turn around and walk away." I am hopeful that the Congress today does not turn around and walk away. This bill is a step to deal with the extraordinary consequences of climate change that is afflicting our country. Yes, it's the west of our country, but it's afflicting us all, in particular the west. Firefighter Morton knew his work was extremely dangerous, but he did it anyway because he believed in the importance of protecting our nation's forests and the communities they sustain. On September 17, 2020, backed into a corner by the encroaching flames, Morton laid down his life in defense of that conviction. It's a noble sacrifice, but one that no one should have to make. Much like Morton and his fellow hotshots, America cannot afford to turn around and walk away from the issue of wildfires. We must do everything we can to ensure that other brave firefighters do not have to give the full measure of their devotion, as Morton did. That's why I am proud to serve as co-chair of the Congressional Fire Service Caucus and to bring this wildfire response and drought resiliency bill to the floor today. Exacerbated, as we know, by the climate crisis, parts of the American West are experiencing their worst drought in 1,200 years. And this is fueling deadly and damaging wildfires affecting millions of Americans. These disasters, Madam Chair, tear through communities and inflict untold destruction and grief. This issue doesn't just affect those living in the West, however. As I've said, the effects of drought and wildfires cost our country tens of billions of dollars each year. We all pay a price. Not the price that Morton paid, but we pay a price. To my friends on the other side of the aisle who constantly deride our attempts to address the climate crisis as too expensive, I would remind them that the cost of inaction in the form of more frequent, more severe fires, droughts, and other natural disasters is far greater. From time to time, I quote a former governor of our state, Ted Agnew, who in his inaugural address in 1967 on the east front of the Capitol of Indianapolis, where I was just entering as a new state senator, he said, "The cost of failure far exceeds the price of progress." That's true here. We must not fail, and we must respond effectively. This legislation would help us prevent and fight future wildfires by making investments to support our firefighting response and to protect vulnerable communities from wildfire. This bill, for instance, would establish a minimum basic pay of roughly $20 an hour for our wildland firefighters and ensure they have access to other benefits, such as at least 1 week of mental health leave. Additionally, this legislation will authorize a 10-year national wildfire response plan, building on actions already taken by the Biden administration, and it will expand the role of tribes and conservation corps programs in reducing wildfire risk. This bill, Madam Chair, also includes $500 million in federal funding for programs to preserve key Colorado River reservoirs, an absolutely critical objective of us all. Tens of millions of Americans rely on that water. All of these provisions will help us build on the progress we made with the fire and drought prevention measures included in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, which included close to $17 billion for wildfire and drought prevention and response. As an aside, Mr. Chairman, I'm told that some say this is an authorizing bill. It is an authorizing bill. That's regular order. It will be our responsibility then to appropriate the funds that are necessary to carry out the objectives of this bill, and I hope we can do so in a bipartisan way. I want to thank House Natural Resources Chairman Raul Grijalva for his leadership, Mr. Neguse, ranking member as well, and for the work that they have done. Whether they agree or not, there has been joint work on this bill. Chairs David Scott, Frank Pallone, Eddie Bernice Johnson, and Carolyn Maloney for their committee's contributions. We can take meaningful action to address these wildfires and drought by voting yes on this bill. Although Charlie Morton, Madam Chair, perished in the El Dorado fire, his courageous efforts and those of his fellow firefighters made it possible to extinguish ultimately the flames. They were able to protect Morton's mountains, including a pristine meadow now named in his memory. They did their part to defend our forest and our communities. Today, Madam Chair, we must do our part. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Colorado reserved, and the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized. Sorry.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in opposition to H.R. 5118, the so-called wildfire response package. The Greenwood fire in northern Minnesota was the worst in decades. It ravaged my district, forcing home evacuations, closing the boundary waters, and upending people's lives. And still, even worse fires ravaged Southern California and across the West. Wildfires are the result of weather, topography, and fuel. Madam Speaker, the only factor we can control is fuel. Our forests are thick with dead wood fuel, and they're predictably going up in flames. Real solutions include reforming our broken permitting process so we can get our loggers into forests on projects to really make a difference. There are no better conservationists than forest managers. They know better than anyone how to preserve our forests for future generations. Like everything done by this majority, it throws money at a problem and offers no real solutions to ensure this doesn't happen again. And no, not one single wildland firefighter receives a raise under this bill. $20 an hour is already the minimum wage, and when you authorize no money with it, it will in fact lead to wildland firefighting jobs being cut. Republicans are offering solutions. Ranking Member Westerman has the Trillion Trees Act. I have the ESA Flexibility Act and the Healthy Forest for Hunters Act. And Madam Speaker, Republicans will keep offering solutions until you accept them, because we need to fix this problem. It cannot go on like this any longer. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
How much time is remaining for each respective side?
And from Colorado has 3¼ minutes. The gentleman from Arkansas has 6½ minutes.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes from the gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Harrell.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the motion to recommit and in opposition of the underlying bill. The legislation before us today is rightly labeled a wildfire response bill. But, Madam Speaker, I believe that instead of just focusing on wildfire response, we as Congress should be focused on wildfire prevention, the most immediate way to protect Americans who are threatened by potential catastrophic wildfire is to prevent these fires from happening in the first place. And the only way to do this is to actively manage our forests. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to support my bill, the Wildfire Prevention and Drought Mitigation Act, which is a part of this motion to recommit. This legislation would grant categorical exclusion authority for forest management projects whose primary purpose is to protect municipal water resources and to improve watershed health, water yield, and snowpack. In addition, projects that are specifically tailored to adapt the forest landscape to an increased threat of drought would be granted categorical exclusion authority. Granting categorical exclusion authority to these projects would streamline the NEPA process and protect communities in my district that are adjacent to fire-prone forests. The underlying bill we are debating here today will make it more difficult to prevent wildfires by adding new red tape and locking up millions of acres in new wilderness. This is the same approach and continues to hurt my constituents. Just a few months ago, the Black Fire burned over 300,000 acres of mostly wilderness area in my district. The northern New Mexico, the devastating Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon fires burned through the unmanaged Pecos wilderness and became the largest fire in our state history. These fires have destroyed hundreds of homes and will cost New Mexicans millions of dollars to clean up the damage and rebuild. All of this was preventable. Instead of making it more difficult to prevent catastrophic wildfires, as the underlying bill would do, I ask my colleagues to support this motion to recommit, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves, and the gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Reserves.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know the distinguished gentleman, Mr. Hoyer, has left the chamber, but I did want to personally thank him for putting the Senate NEPA streamlining bill on the suspension calendar today, and I hope we can work on more issues like that in the future. Now I'll ask to yield 3.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Valadeo.
Gentleman's recognized.
I'd like to thank my friend for the time. Madam Speaker, my constituents have faced drought conditions for years. Communities throughout the Central Valley and the entire American West are running out of water for daily use in homes, businesses, and agriculture production. Farmers are being forced to fallow their fields and dry out their orchards, and hundreds of thousands of acres will be unable to be planted again this year. Instead of coming to the table to work on real solutions that would give families and farmers in my community the water they desperately need to survive, the majority has decided they would rather play politics with the most critical resource in the valley. Apparently, passing political messaging bills to check a box is more important to my Democratic colleagues than trying to save the livelihood of thousands of valley farmers trying to put food on the table of Americans across the country. This bill is completely silent on the desperate need for enhanced water storage infrastructure to better prepare us during wet years. It does not cut red tape, decrease time delays, or address increased project costs due to redundant requirements under NEPA. The bottom line is this bill is bad policy, and it's bad policy for the Central Valley. My colleagues don't seem to understand that the fewer agriculture products the Central Valley produces, the worse off our own domestic food supply will be. Reduced ag means more of a reliance on other nations for our food, which is an issue for national security. We must do better to address the severe drought we are suffering through the American West. The WIN Act, which passed with bipartisan support under President Obama in 2016, provided real relief to Valley farmers by increasing operational flexibility of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project. It also authorized millions of dollars for important water infrastructure projects to improve the Bryant-Kern Canal, the Delta-Mendota Canal, and the California Aqueduct. The WIN Act was critical to ensuring Valley families in rural communities and across the United States have clean, reliable water. We made great progress because of this legislation. Unfortunately, authorities under the WIN Act expired in 2021, and this is why I introduced the Renew WIN Act, to extend storage and operations provisions for the WIN Act and authorize funds for critical water storage projects. Over 3/4 of the Democrats in this House supported the positions in 2016. But this week, they refused to include my bill in this so-called drought relief package. They are blocking an actual solution to the crisis in the name of environmental justice. Madam Speaker, where is the justice in letting thousands of valley farmers lose their livelihoods because they cannot get something as basic as water? If this drought bill was truly about solving the water crisis in the West, the House majority would include the Renew WIN Act in this package instead of actively blocking its consideration. I'm once again urging the House majority to consider this legislation that will bring water to the people in my community, doing everything possible to survive this terrible drought. I urge the Democrat majority to stop playing politics with the resource that the entire country is so reliant on. Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent that the text of the amendment be inserted into the record.
The request will be covered by a subsequent request for general leave. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves.
Madam Chair, may I inquire as to the amount of time remaining on both sides.
The gentleman from Arkansas has 1 minute remaining. And what about Colorado? The gentleman from Colorado has 3¼ minutes remaining.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the chair. I heard with great interest my colleague from California, his remarks. I have to say I did take umbrage with his characterization of the bills within this omnibus package, as I think he put it, as political messaging bills. Political messaging bills. I don't think that Mr. LaMalfa, Republican from California, would characterize his bill, the Tribal Biochar Promotion Act, as a political messaging bill. His bill is in this bill. I don't think that Mr. Moore, Republican of Utah, would characterize his bill, the Saline Lake Ecosystems in the Great Basin States Program Act, as a political messaging bill. His bill is in this bill. I don't think that Ms. Lofgren would characterize her bill, the Wildland Firefighter Fair Pay Act, as a political messaging bill. That bill is before the House today. And that's probably the best place for me to begin to close, which is we've heard a lot from the other side about various mischaracterizations on firefighter pay and wildland firefighter pay and what this bill does and does not do. For the benefit of every American watching, I would encourage you to read the bill. This body approved a pay increase for wildland firefighters a year ago. All but 13 of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle voted against it. You could check the record. That pay increase expires a year from now. This bill seeks to make that pay increase permanent. And one can only hope that my colleagues who have made much about appropriating language will join me. I look forward to asking the ranking member after this vote to join me on the bill to appropriate the firefighter pay increase that this bill will authorize. With that, I'd reserve the balance of my time. And I'm prepared to close when the ranking member is prepared.
Reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A poet named Joyce Kilmer wrote his most famous poem called Trees, and it begins with, "I think that I shall never see a poem as lovely as a tree." Trees and forests are poetic. They tug at our heartstring. They invoke emotion, and I sincerely appreciate the emotion that my colleagues across the aisle have. I really believe that we want to get to the same place of having healthy trees and healthy forests. And, it was that motivated me to go to forestry school and study forestry. And little did I know that I would have the honor and the huge responsibility of standing on the floor of this august body and speaking for the trees. And we want to do the right thing. We know how to do the right thing. We know how to take care of these trees and take care of these forests. Unfortunately, what's in this bill doesn't do that. What's in this bill doesn't help the water situation. We should not pass this bill, work together, come up with real solutions, pass them out of this House, get them signed into law, and help our forests, our firefighters, and our drought conditions. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, how much time do I have remaining?
1¼ minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, Madam Chair, I have great respect for the ranking member. We work together. We've had rigorous and robust debates about forest management. We've partnered on some bills. We've opposed each other's respective positions on others. But the signs that the other side have been using during this debate about firefighter pay and the like are simply not true. I understand if my colleagues on the other side believe that the firefighter pay increase that is authorized by this bill, that makes the pay increases that were authorized last year permanent, I understand if they believe that it's too expensive. They're welcome to make that argument. I disagree. But I hope that every member of this chamber can again adhere to substantive debate on the text of the bill that is before the House. And the text of this bill authorizes an increase for wildland firefighters who are bravely sacrificing so much for our country, authorizes additional dollars for the Forest Service to do incredibly important forest management work to prevent the next fire in Colorado and in Utah and in New Mexico and Arizona. And the bill authorizes significant investments to ensure that the drought we are experiencing, record levels in the West, can be addressed. With that, Madam Chair, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-57, modified by the amendment printed in Part B of House Report 117-432, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purposes of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendments to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part C of the House Report 117-432. Each such further amendment shall be offered only in the order of printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to the amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for the division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part C of the House Report 117-432. For what purposes does the gentleman rise?
Madam Chair, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Is the gentleman offering an amendment as a designee from Mr. McCarthy?
I am, Madam Chair.
Do you see it? The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part C of House Report number 117-432, offered by Mr. Westerman of Arkansas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1254, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition to this amendment. I'm sorry. It's support of the amendment, Madam Chair. Yeah.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, Leader McCarthy's amendment presents a common-sense solution, as he knows all too well from his efforts resolving water issues. Communities in California and elsewhere in the West are running out of water for families, farms, communities, and many other needs, thanks to the natural man-made drought. This has a dramatic impact not only on these areas, but it negatively impacts food production, which affects every one of us. In the case of some California communities, wells that are used to provide drinking water have or will run dry. This amendment seeks to provide some relief to rural communities through the creation of a new grant program aimed at constructing new wells and water lines designed to deliver drinking water to these communities. I thank Leader McCarthy for introducing this amendment and for his long-standing leadership on bringing balance back to Western water policies. I urge my colleagues to join me in support of the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Chair, I ask for unanimous consent to claim the time in opposition, though I am not necessarily opposed.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chair, and I would just simply say, in the spirit of bipartisanship, which I think has been reflective of so many of the bills that are included within this important and critical package that has been brought to the floor today, that I appreciated the arguments that were made with respect to this particular amendment, and I imagine that members are going to consider it thoughtfully and make a judgment that is in the best interests of their constituents in their respective states on this particular amendment. So with that, I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the gentleman's kind words about the amendment, and I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Conway.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of this amendment that I co-authored. In my home, California's Central Valley, communities are running out of clean water, what we would consider drinking water. They are unable to shower, unable to cook for their families, unable to stay cool during intense heat. Madam Speaker, I'd like to know, and actually, forgive me for that, the thought of having to bathe your children, cook food to stay alive with small bottles of water, that's the gist of this amendment. Extreme drought and outdated water infrastructure have forced rural communities to truck in water every day. This amendment authorizes $250 million in grants to improve water access for small rural communities suffering from drinking water shortages. My amendment is supported by small communities, local nonprofits, and those dedicated to helping underserved communities like self-help enterprises and the Tulare County Board of Supervisors. Madam Speaker, I'd like to enter into the record a letter of support from self-help enterprises. While there are many more issues to be addressed in the larger bill, this provision will directly help rural Americans in critical need of assistance, underserved members of our communities.
I yield the gentlelady another 30 seconds.
I don't need 30. I urge members to support this amendment and yield a balance of time back.
Thank you. The request will be covered by a subsequent request for general leave. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the chair, and I certainly appreciate the gentlelady's support and attention in her description about the need for funding to help rural communities recover from natural disasters and emergencies, and certainly share the desire to ensure that rural communities have access to clean and reliable drinking water. And looking forward to the House considering Mr. McCarthy's amendment, as well as the many Republican bills and bipartisan bills that are included within this Wildfire Response and Drought Resiliency Act. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, this is a common sense, good amendment that the leader has offered. I urge adoption. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Yeah. Well, he's closed. Yeah, Madam Chair, I yield the balance of my time on this particular amendment.
You yield back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Both members have yielded back.
This question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman on behalf of Mr. McCarthy by the gentleman from Arkansas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part C of House Report 117-432. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part C of House Report number 117-432, offered by Ms. Schreier of Washington.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1254, the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Schreier, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're seeing increasingly catastrophic wildfires in the West, including in my home state of Washington. Last year, more than 50,000 acres burned in just one of the counties in the 8th District that I represent. And this was a record-breaking wildfire season with abnormally dry conditions. But this type of wildfire season is expected to become more and more the norm. We need to ensure that we have more resources at our disposal to confront them. The earlier we detect wildfire, the more quickly our firefighters can respond, and my amendment does just that. A lot of our effort in fighting wildfires has correctly been focused on suppression and prevention. But as our climate continues to change and catastrophic wildfires burn hotter and seasons last longer, we need a whole-of-government approach to address wildfires. My amendment would further enhance the contributions of federal science agencies as part of the National Wildland Fire Risk Reduction Program. The amendment would also require an annual post-fire season weather survey and assessment. These activities will help identify gaps, enhance efficiency and reliability of data, and evaluate the accuracy and efficiency of our fire weather forecasting. My amendment will also formalize NOAA's role in wildfire detection and response. In Chelan County, in my district, there's a radar gap that makes it much more difficult to predict and track extreme weather. This gap also impacts our ability to track fires, something that is particularly critical to wildfire-prone Central Washington. The language in my amendment builds off legislation I recently introduced with my colleague, Congressman Barra, H.R. 8449, the Fire Ready Nation Act, which is the House companion to Senator Cantwell's bipartisan bill. This bill would codify and support NOAA's ability to help detect and respond to wildfires. My amendment will strengthen contributions of our weather science agencies like NOAA and improve coordination and response efforts when it comes to fighting fires. This will be particularly impactful in areas like my district that lack robust radar coverage. As part of the needed whole of government response to wildfires, I'm glad that the underlying bill includes language from two of my other bills. One from my National Prescribed Fire Act would direct the Secretaries of Agriculture and Interior to establish at least one prescribed fire training center in a western state. Prescribed burns during the off-season for fire allow for fuel reduction and prevent catastrophic forest fires. More training means more widespread use of prescribed fire. A recent report from the Washington Department of Natural Resources identified 3 million acres of forest lands in need of restoration in my home state. Much of that area is in rural central Washington, where hot, dry weather and wind make wildfire especially probable and dangerous. The second bill would allow the Forest Service to collect and keep the interest earned on settlement funds, much like other federal agencies can, in order to supplement restoration efforts. This makes common sense and is a wise and fair use of interest earned. Wildfires are becoming more extreme and catastrophic every year in western states. They're even beginning to affect areas in my state that for a long time have been thought to be too green and too wet for wildfires to happen, even the Olympic National Forest. Sadly, as our climate changes, this will become an increasing threat. I'm thrilled to have an amendment to this legislation to allow for more science and evidence-based decision-making. We need every tool in our toolbox to prevent these fires. Thank you, and I reserve.
Thank you. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas rises. For what purpose are you rising?
Madam Chair, I rise to claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to Schreier Amendment number 44, which would fund additional research for post-fire weather assessments. This amendment suffers from the same shortcomings as the underlying package because it is overly focused on wildfire response rather than even making an attempt at wildfire prevention. We know what is causing catastrophic wildfires, and it is not a lack of government agencies studying wildfires, tracking weather, and producing additional reports. Our forests are burning now, and we need to focus on real solutions, namely accelerating thinning and prescribed burning. Adding more duplicative bureaucracy and unnecessary research will do nothing to stop our forests from going up in flames year after year. Madam Speaker, the forests really don't care what we say in this body. They're out there doing what Teddy Roosevelt said they do. They're the lungs of the earth. They breathe in the carbon dioxide and they breathe out oxygen. And we produce a lot of carbon dioxide in this chamber, but it's not doing anything to help our forest. Frankly, it's unserious that out of a dozen of substantive wildlife or wildfire amendments that were offered to the Rules Committee, this is the only one that was made in order. The Rules Committee even rejected bipartisan amendments, such as the bipartisan Save Our Sequoias Act. We've lost 20% of the world's giant sequoias in the last 2 years, and perhaps the most famous giant sequoia grove, the Mariposa Grove in Yosemite National Park, was on fire earlier this month. What saved that grove? It wasn't weather assessments. It was proactive treatments from land managers that we need to use as a model across all 76 giant sequoia groves. Unfortunately, the underlying bill and amendment before us would do nothing to help protect our giant sequoias or move the needle on the wildfire crisis at all. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
May I inquire how much time remains?
The gentlelady has 3/4 of a minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to clarify that we already have provisions in place to prevent wildfires, to remove underbrush, and to thin our forests and make them more resilient. The thing is that the earlier we can detect wildfires with appropriate weather systems, the earlier our firefighters can jump on it and suppress those fires. You need both. You need the prevention and you need the ability to respond quickly. So make no mistake, this is a critical amendment. I urge my colleagues to vote for the amendment and for the underlying bill. And I reserve.
Thank you. The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, more and more of our forests are going up in flames. More forests are being categorized as subject to catastrophic wildfire. We're losing this fight. We need a new game plan. We need to work on this in a bipartisan manner. There's a lot of areas that need to be addressed, but this bill and this amendment doesn't address those. I urge opposition to the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm thrilled to have worked with so many of my Republican colleagues on these bills to prevent wildfires. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the rest of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Washington. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Is the gentleman requesting a recorded vote?
Yes, that's correct.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Washington will be postponed.
Thank you.
It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part C of the House Report 117-432. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part C of House Report number 117-432, offered by Ms. Velasquez of New York.
Pursuant to House Rule Resolution 1254, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are at least 40 states and 2 territories with ongoing disaster declarations for drought. The Small Business Administration is currently serving the millions of small businesses and residents in those states to provide relief against economic loss. The SBA has also provided almost $1 billion in wildfire disaster relief since 2016. The amendment I am offering, along with my colleague, Congressman Garrett Graves of Louisiana, will permanently set the unsecured credit threshold for SBA's disaster loans at $25,000. Doing so gives the millions of borrowers affected by any natural disaster, including wildfires and droughts, the peace of mind during a stressful and traumatic time. In 2015, Congress enacted the RISE Act, legislation I championed that temporarily raised the collateral threshold on SBA disaster loans to make it easier for victims to obtain capital to rebuild their homes and businesses. Unfortunately, that provision is scheduled to expire in November, unless it is extended or made permanent. My amendment will make the provision permanent, allowing disaster victims to continue to receive a $25,000 loan rather than just $14,000 without requiring them to provide collateral within 5 days of closing. A recent report issued by the Government Accountability Office found that disaster loans with collateral performed comparably to those without collateral. Given this finding, it makes sense to help victims of disaster to rebuild quickly, particularly when they have lost everything to hurricane, flood, or fire. As we continue to experience stronger and more frequent disasters, it is imperative that Congress enact policies to help communities get back on their feet and maximize support when they need it most. Finally, this amendment is supported by the Small Business Administration. I thank the gentleman from Louisiana for his support of this effort and his overall support of SBA's disaster loan program. And I thank Chairman Grijalba and McGovern for working with me on this amendment. I'm proud to lead the Small Business Committee's bipartisan work to make disaster loans more affordable and accessible for disaster victims, while also addressing fraud in the SBA pandemic relief programs. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas, for which purpose do you rise?
Madam Speaker, I claim time in opposition to this amendment, even though I might not necessarily oppose it.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, I support this amendment and appreciate the solution it presents for a pressing problem. Currently, the Small Business Administration only requires collateral for disaster loans if the loan amount is above $25,000. This authority is set to sunset in November, and the minimum amount will revert to $14,000. This amendment would permanently lock in the amount at $25,000. I would like to recognize and thank the ranking member of the Climate Committee, Garrett Graves, for his leadership on disaster issues. His home state of Louisiana has suffered through many disasters, and he has been an unwavering champion for his constituents. And it's a good thing he is leading on this issue. Affordable disaster loans could be in high demand because the underlying bill does nothing to protect the landscape, people, or property from devastating wildfires. I would like to emphasize the underlying bill would only respond to wildfires, not work to prevent them. Throughout this debate, my colleagues have tried to claim that this is not the case and that their bill will actually support increased forest management practices like thinning and prescribed burning. But look no further than their own one-pager, which says derisively, quote, "We can't simply cut our way out of wildfire risk." This should tell you everything you need to know about how they feel about scientific forest management. The truth is that thinning is not only an essential tool to reduce wildfire risk, but there is a scientific consensus that we must increase thinning in our forests to turn the tide of this crisis. The fact that this bill mentions thinning 0 times is no mistake. It's because Democrats refuse to agree with the scientific consensus that both thinning and prescribed burning are essential tools to reduce wildfire risk. Affordable disaster loans provided with this amendment will also be necessary because the wildfires that will occur as a result of throwing out the Forest Service's current 10-year strategy. My colleagues have claimed that their bill would simply codify this current 10-year strategy. They've also said that the infrastructure bill made historic investments in that strategy and have funded its initial projects. This simply makes no sense. My colleagues think the infrastructure bill is so nice that they want to pass it twice, but that's not how any of this works. If we funded a project in the infrastructure bill, we don't need to authorize funding for it here because that money has already gone out the door. And if the administration released a strategy 6 months ago and started implementing it, they don't need this bill to codify it. Truth be told, the plain reading of the text shows that the current wildfire strategy is getting thrown out the window, and nothing in this text codifies it or even mentions the projects currently happening. Unfortunately, if this bill passes, a lot of small business owners will be able to make good use of affordable disaster loans provided by this amendment as they recover their businesses from the impacts of catastrophic wildfire. The least we can do is help them with disaster loans after these fires inevitably occur. I support this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, again, I support the amendment. It's going to be needed as these fires continue to rage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Madam Chair, I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are not available in the committee of the whole. Does the gentleman request a recorded vote?
Does the gentleman request a recorded vote?
Correct.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Madam Chair, as the designee of Chair Grijalba, I move that the committee now rise.
I'm sorry, I can't hear. The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
So you're going to take this and you go down to where Ben's standing, and you're going to report back up to the chair. So just read that one. Right here. Just face the chair. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. The Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 5118, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 5118 and has come to no resolution thereon. What purpose does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 5118.
Without objection. To Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I send to the desk a privileged report from the Committee on Rules for filing under the rule.
The clerk will report the title.
Report to accompany House Calendar Number 93, House Resolution 1302, Resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 1808, to regulate assault weapons to ensure that the right to keep and bear arms is not unlimited and for other purposes.
Referred to the House calendar and ordered printed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1302 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 93, House Resolution 1302. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 1808, to regulate assault weapons, to ensure that the right to keep and bear arms is not unlimited and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of an amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-60, modified by the amendment printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 hour.
Madam Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, today the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1302, providing for consideration of H.R. 1808, the assault weapons ban of 2022, under a closed rule. The rule self-executes a manager's amendment from Chairman Nadler. It provides 1 hour of debate equally divided by the chair and ranking members of the Committee on Judiciary and provides 1 motion to recommit. Madam Speaker, we have a gun violence crisis in this country. 23 years after Columbine High School, 10 years after Sandy Hook Elementary School, 4 years after Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, and just 2 months after Uvalde and Buffalo, the American people are tired of living in fear. They are tired of thoughts and prayers. They are tired of press releases offering sympathy but no solutions. Last month, the decades-long logjam on passing common-sense gun safety bills was broken. President Biden signed into law the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act to help keep guns out of the hands of criminals. Why? Because the American people want to see us act. For decades, that hasn't happened. The gun lobby had an iron grip on this place. But now, finally, that is changing. It's changing because the American people are demanding change. And it is time for all of us to listen. We can and must do more, which is why today we are considering H.R. 1808, the assault weapons ban of 2022. Now, I want to be crystal clear for everyone who is watching. This bill is not taking away anybody's guns. This bill is not about taking away anybody's constitutional rights. The Second Amendment gives Americans the right to own guns, but no right is unconditional or unlimited. You have the right to free speech, but you don't have the right to shout fire in a crowded movie theater. You have the right to keep and bear arms, but you don't have the right to own weapons being used to mow people down indiscriminately. Rights come with responsibilities, and we have a responsibility to try and stop mass shootings. As a member of Congress, as members of Congress, we have a duty to weigh the rights of gun owners with the very first right mentioned in the Declaration of Independence, the right to live, the right to not get shot at school or at a place of worship or at a concert. It takes 0 courage to hide behind the Second Amendment and not debate the merits here. You know what takes courage? Standing up to the gun lobby, putting people over politics. That takes courage, and that is what we are doing here today. You know, rounds that come out of assault weapons are traveling up to 4 times faster than out of a handgun. They are traveling at incredible speed and inflict immense damage on people's bodies. You know, when combined with high-capacity magazines, they are designed to kill as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. Assault weapons do not belong on our streets, plain and simple. An assault weapon was used in Las Vegas to kill 60 people. An assault weapon was used at the Pulse nightclub to kill 49 people. An assault weapon was used in Sandy Hook to kill 26 people, including 20 children. Assault weapons slaughter people. They decimate bodies. Physicians say that an AR-15 can actually, and I quote, liquefy your organs because the projectile is traveling so fast. This does not happen with a typical handgun. This is something unique to assault weapons. 67% of Americans, including half of all Republicans, support a ban on assault weapons. This is not a radical idea. We are not in uncharted territory. The government already bans automatic weapons. Why? Because they have no place in our communities. You don't need an automatic weapon to defend yourself. And what we are proposing today is simply addressing another class of weapons that have no place in our communities, assault weapons. You know, the 1994 assault weapons ban was associated with a 25% drop in gun massacres and a 40% drop in fatalities. This should not be a difficult vote. So let's come together and advance this common sense legislation that could save thousands of lives. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank the distinguished chairman for yielding me the customary 30 minutes. I appreciate it, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The rule before us today makes in order H.R. 1808, an unconstitutional bill to ban hundreds of the most popular firearms in the United States, including the sporting rifle, the AR-15. Law-abiding Americans in places like southwestern Pennsylvania and across the country use firearms every single day for things like sport shooting, hunting, and self-defense. So despite what the House Democrats claim, this bill would do little to prevent the mass shootings or the crime they're saying that it would. And this bill would not prevent criminals from obtaining firearms. I know the chairman just referenced a 1994 study. That was a congressionally mandated study to look at the 1994 assault weapons ban. That study found that ban was ineffective in reducing violent crime, as, and I quote, the banned guns were never used in more than a modest fraction of all gun murders, end quote. Now, a follow-up study to that 1994 ban came out in 2004, and that study found that the ban's effects, and I quote, the ban's effects on gun violence are likely to be small at best and perhaps too small for reliable measurement, end quote. Even the UCLA law professor, Adam Winkler, the resident anti-gun so-called subject matter expert, that left-leaning professor stated, there's no way to make assault rifle bans effective, end quote. And to that point, we saw that during the tragic shootings in San Bernardino, Newtown, and Buffalo, those all occurred in states that already had assault weapons bans on the books. So the question is this: why are my far-left Democratic colleagues bringing this bill to the floor today? Well, in the words of Judiciary Committee Chairman Jerry Nadler, banning common-use firearms is the point of the bill. In other words, let's call this for what it is. It's a gun grab, pure and simple. This bill is not about public safety. Rather, this is the most severe restriction on the Second Amendment since the passage of the assault weapons ban of 1994. It would turn an American lending a firearm to a friend to go hunting into a criminal. I urge my colleagues to oppose this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the gentleman talks about statistics, let's talk about statistics. 30% of shootings in recent history have involved guns that were banned under the now expired 1994 assault weapons ban. 13 killed and 23 injured at Columbine High School in Littletown, Colorado. The attackers used an assault weapon. 27 killed and 1 injured at the elementary school in Newtown, Connecticut. That was in December 2012. The attacker used an assault weapon. 49 killed and 53 injured at the Pulse nightclub in Orlando, Florida. June 2016, the attacker used an assault weapon. 58 killed and 887 injured at a country music festival in Las Vegas in October 2017. The attacker used an assault weapon. 17 killed and 17 injured at a high school in Parkland, Florida, February 2018. The alleged attacker used an assault weapon. I could go on and on. 23 killed and 26 injured at a Walmart in El Paso, August 2019. The attacker used an assault weapon. 10 killed and 1 injured at a grocery store in Boulder, Colorado, March 2021. The attacker used an assault weapon. I ask unanimous consent that this be entered into the record.
Without objection.
I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina and a member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ross.
Is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I represent a southern state. Many of my constituents are responsible, law-abiding gun owners, and I support their ability to exercise their Second Amendment rights. Contrary to what opponents of this legislation continue to claim, this bill will allow current law-abiding gun owners to keep all of their guns. It simply prevents future sales of assault rifles. And let's be clear, assault weapons are designed to kill as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. They're not designed for recreation. They're designed for combat. It's incredibly irresponsible to allow people without specialized training to possess these weapons. And Madam Speaker, when assault weapons are used in mass shootings, an average of 6 times as many people are shot as in other mass shootings. In 2022, there have already been 24 school shootings. The deadliest in Uvalde, Texas, involved assault weapons. But if my friends across the aisle are not convinced of the need to protect our children, perhaps they will be convinced of the need to protect the police. According to Violence Policy Center, 1/4 of law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty in 2016 were killed by an assault weapon. After the assault weapons ban expired, the proportion of large capacity magazines equipped guns used in murder of police increased by 30%. These weapons belong with our military, not on our streets or in our schools. I urge my colleagues to support the rule and the bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. This false equivalency between an AR-15 and a so-called weapon of war just shows the ignorance of my friends across the other side of the aisle. An AR-15 is not an M16. An M16 has numerous functions: safety, 3-round burst, semi-automatic, and fully automatic. An AR-15 has there's no such setting as the 3-round burst and the fully automatic. So this false comparison between a so-called weapon of war and what we would describe as a sporting rifle, again, shows the lack of understanding about these platforms. Additionally, the AR-15 is by far the most popular sporting rifle in the United States. There's over 20 million that are in possession of Americans right now. But while we're talking about statistics, a 2020 FBI study shows that there are more murders committed with knives, clubs, and fists than with firearms. Also, when you're looking at firearm deaths, just in the year 2020, both the CDC and the FBI reported that over half of these firearm-related deaths were suicides. So let's just be clear when we're talking about the statistics. And if you're breaking down those studies, you can look at 2020, where 59% of murders were committed by handguns. Only 3% were committed what's being described as assault rifles, what I would describe as sporting rifles. But here to talk more about this issue is my good friend from the Rules Committee, my colleague from Minnesota, Representative Fischbach, and I yield her 2 minutes.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the Rules Committee for providing me the time to speak. Madam Speaker, my colleagues are proving yet again that they want to strip law-abiding citizens of their Second Amendment rights. The latest so-called assault weapons ban is unconstitutional and will impact other aspects of American life. This bill would end the sale of some of the most popular rifles sold in America today, impacting the sporting industry and all of those who rely on it for their livelihood. This bill will have an impact in ways even the supporters of the bill don't understand. For example, under this law, stabilizing braces for pistols would be outlawed. Despite what some of my colleagues have said, stabilizing braces are not bump stocks and will not turn a pistol into an assault rifle. Stabilizing braces are used by hunters with disabilities, including many of our disabled veterans, to help them safely hunt with pistols. Not only is this bill an assault on our constitutional rights, but the loss of the revenue from the sales of these firearms will also have a devastating effect on the Federal Aid to Wildlife Restoration Fund, which helps states pay for environmental conservation efforts. The bill provides no alternative for how to make up for this severe decrease in conservation funding. Democrats are no longer disguising their radical agenda to ban guns and do away with the Constitution's Second Amendment. My colleagues from the other side have said that they will do everything they can to ban guns in this country, even to the point of packing the Supreme Court to make it happen. Everyone who thinks this bill is not a step in that direction is kidding themselves. This is yet another attempt from the left to strip law-abiding citizens of their Second Amendment rights, and I oppose this bill and the rule. Thank you.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Just respond to the gentlelady by saying that the manager's amendment adds language to make clear that devices used to make hunting accessible to everyone, especially our disabled veterans, are not affected by this legislation. This provision also makes sure the gun industry cannot exploit legitimate accessibility devices to make firearms especially deadly for mass shooters, as has occurred in the past when bump stocks were claimed to be an accessibility accessory, but used to inflict horrible mass violence in the 2017 Las Vegas shooting that killed 60 and injured more than 400 people. And I want to say to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, I didn't use the words weapon of war in my opening statement, and I certainly know the difference between an automatic and a semi-automatic weapon, but if that's the argument you want to have, bring that to the parents whose children were lost in Uvalde, who were mowed down by an AR-15, and as I pointed out in my opening statement, these weapons actually decimate bodies. Physicians say that an AR-15 can actually liquefy your organs because the projectile is traveling so fast. As the gentleman may recall, DNA samples had to be gathered from those children who were murdered because their bodies were unrecognizable. So, I mean, come on. This is about saving lives. And so I appreciate that. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
The gentleman is recognized.
Weapons of war are designed for war. They're designed to kill as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. Our country is exceptional in making these weapons of war, these assault weapons, available in the civilian sector, and we have quickly, because those weapons are easier to qualify for than getting a driver's license, they're easier for a teenager to get than to buy a beer. Because we've done that, we've turned our churches, our schools, our shopping centers, our entertainment venues, almost any place, into a battleground with one massacre after another. There is no Second Amendment right to own a machine gun, which has been banned in this country since, I believe, the 30s. But if you talk about rights, how about the rights of those little children in Uvalde to live? The rights of those families to be whole. They have rights also, and that's what we're about protecting today. I think that we just cannot continue to live like we have been living in the shadow of fear, a terrible kind of American exceptionalism, where we are horribly exceptional to the amount of dead children gunned down in their best tennis shoes after end of the school year celebrations, of young parents having to bury their still younger little children, where we are the exception in how many congregants die where they are massacred in their churches or in their temples, where we are the exception, the outlier in how many gruesome bullet-ridden bodies our doctors see month after month. And God help us, because Texas has been among the worst, from El Paso to Uvalde to across the center of the state to the Houston area. Murderers, massacres with assault weapons, where one family after another grieves.
The gentleman's recognized.
Texas children right now have no reality, as they will soon be returning to school, than to duck and cover and learn new exercises. We can do something about that. And banning assault weapons is the most critical issue in doing that. Not the kind of weak, modest measure that will never change things in Texas that we passed earlier in the year, since it's dependent on the Texas legislature, but a direct effort to limit the access to assault weapons that are weapons of war that kill and kill and kill, that make us exceptional in quite the wrong way. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted noted that the gentleman from Massachusetts said that no one on his side is describing these weapons as quote-unquote weapons of war. And then the gentleman from Texas, the first thing he said was that AR-15s are weapons of war. So we need to understand that when the left and when radical Democrats are describing AR-15s as quote-unquote weapons of war, and as the gentleman from Texas just said, machine guns, they're doing two things simultaneously. Number one, they're showing their absolute ignorance for how these platforms operate, and two, they're deliberately trying to mislead the American people on what these platforms do. No one on my side of the aisle is trying to say that machine guns should be legal. An AR-15 is a sporting rifle. It's a semi-automatic. It is not the kind of platform that is used by the military. It's not an M16. It's not an M4. But again, the other side tries to use this to muddy the waters, confuse the American people, and to put all firearms in the same category. But let's talk about some more statistics. In 2021, a Georgetown study found that 1.67 million instances were found where firearms were used in self-defense. And in 2019 alone, there were 386 self-defense killings that were determined to be justified. So these are just some of the ways in which someone could legally use a sporting rifle. But let's talk about the chaos at the southern border. Since Joe Biden took office, over 3.1 million illegal immigrants have been apprehended at the southern border. And that includes 56 illegal immigrants who are on the terror watch list. President Biden and House Democrats have this open door policy that's created a humanitarian crisis and a security crisis as well. And they want to make things worse by lifting Title 42. Republicans know border security is national security. That's why if we defeat the previous question, I will personally offer an amendment to the rule to immediately consider H.R. 471, the Pause Act of 2021, to enforce Title 42. Madam Speaker, I'd ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record along with any extraneous materials immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here to explain the amendment is my good friend from the great state of Texas, Representative Chip Roy, and I yield him 3 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania. I appreciate his leadership on this matter. And yeah, we shouldn't be talking about disarming the American people when it is my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that are leaving the American people exposed to dangerous cartels and dangerous narcotics flying to our communities and dangerous criminal gang members and criminals that are coming in and harming the American people, including people that are affiliated with terrorist countries and organizations. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't seem to care a whit about that. Yesterday, Mayor Bowser is all upset because 4,000 people have been bused to D.C. from Texas since April. 4,000 people. Do you know how many people were apprehended in Texas yesterday? About 4,000 people. Welcome to the party, because that's the reality of what we're dealing with at our southern border. And virtually all of the people being apprehended are being released into the United States under notice to appear or parole. There is only one barrier to all being released, and that is the use of Title 42 during a pandemic. Now, I notice a number of the staff, a number of the folks on the other side of the aisles, people that are still masked. We still are under emergency declarations, and yet we're going to allow people to flow into this country, and we're going to remove the one last vestige of security that this administration remotely will actually look at and use, Title 42 at our border. They're building facilities to process more people to release them into the United States. Mayor Bowser wants to complain and then call out the National Guard because 4,000 people were shipped from Texas to D.C. This 4,000 that Texas gets on a daily basis. Again, welcome to the dang party. And you know what? You know what you're not talking about, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle? The 73 human beings caught in a stash house in Washington, D.C. this week. 73 human beings in a stash house in our nation's capital. But my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, my colleagues particularly on the Judiciary Committee, brushed that aside, patting themselves on the back in the false name of compassion for how much they love brown people for having open borders. Well, the brown people in South Texas are sick and tired of it. The brown people of South Texas that I know, the candidates on my side of the aisle, are standing up for a secure border, and that begins with enforcing our laws under Title 42 during a pandemic to ensure that we turn people away. My friend Yvette Harrell introduced a bill that would solve the problem, and that is what we would proceed to. We have a discharge petition that would unleash that bill. I welcome any of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join that discharge petition, perhaps particularly if you're in a tough race. You might want to be able to go home and say that you actually care about a secure border. But what I'll tell you is that we should be moving to secure the border of the United States rather than fooling the fool's errand of unconstitutional taking of the American Second Amendment rights. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me just say something to my friend from Pennsylvania. Maybe it's true that the military doesn't use AR-15s, but I will say to the gentleman that mass shooters do. And we saw what an AR-15 could do in Uvalde. We saw what it could do in Buffalo. And I just remind people, when you have these kind of debates, the people are watching. The parents who lost their children in Uvalde, they're watching. People who've lost loved ones to mass shootings all around this country are watching. And to try to parse words over, it's not a military-style weapon or this or that, whatever. And when we know what these weapons can do, that little children had to be identified with DNA samples because their bodies were blown apart. And you want to talk about extreme positions. We just had a Rules Committee meeting. And Mr. Massey testified before the Rules Committee. You may recall the back and forth between him and Mr. Raskin when Mr. Raskin essentially asked him whether or not machine guns should be legal. And Mr. Massey responded by saying, well, I think states should make that determination. So that means that if a state wanted to make machine guns legal, it's somehow okay? So let's not, you want to talk about extremism. We've seen what extremism is all about from many of my friends on the other side of the aisle. And we have seen the power of the gun lobby, the blood money that has poured into campaigns that has resulted in people coming to the floor and making these ridiculous arguments for us to do nothing. So this is a moment when people have to stand up and be counted. I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Thank you,
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. We can see the lengths that Democrats have gone to simply try to save lives. With John Lewis, we sat on the floor of the House, not regarding what would happen to us personally after Parkland, and literally said, you have got to do something. As John Lewis said, never give up, never give in, never give out. The moral authority of this Congress. We failed because my friends on the other side of the aisle just could not see the carnage and bloodshed that happened to Parkland or Sandy Hook and elsewhere. Now, we have in the backdrop El Paso. We have Uvalde. And I repeat myself, going there days after that tragedy and literally hugging crying 9-year-olds who should be in the playground, who are crying because of their lost and deceased friends. And the story that is so powerful, 2 of them, one that bled to death and one that smeared themselves with blood to live. Do we now stand in the way of stopping carnage and bloodshed? And my good friend that I've done a lot of things with, M4, M16, are weapons of war if I have the correct numbers, and I believe I do. You can pontificate about that. But frankly, the language is assault-style weapons. That's what it is. And assault-style weapons still do not belong in civilians' hands. Because the munitions that are used in war, when soldiers can't even bring their weapons of war home when they are off duty or coming home to see family members or traveling as a civilian, it is because they are killers. And that is what killed those children in Parkland, Highland. That's what killed them in Uvalde, in Buffalo. That's what killed these people in El Paso. And in the hands, in some instances, of white supremacists. But let me be very clear, as I thank Mr. Cicilline for this legislation. He prohibits those possession. Many of them are grandfathered in. And I wish somebody would read the bill. These are weapons already grandfathered in. Don't frighten the American people. What is most frightening are the parents who are outside these doors.
Expired.
Minute.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. What is really frightening is that parents who are outside these doors are asking the question, what are we doing? And I would say the families in Buffalo, where the theme was replacement theory, or these little babies, where is your heart in a reasonable bill that prohibits the sale, manufacture, transfer, possession of semiotic assault weapons and large capacity ammunition, feeding devices subject to grandfathering provisions, but in actuality allows the possession of any semiotic assault weapon lawfully possessed on the date of enactment? How much fairer can we get? I only ask my colleagues to stop pontificating to us like we know less than you when it comes, as a civilian, that there are weapons of war that our military have, and there are assault-style weapons that are in the hands of citizens on the streets of this country, and they adapt the same munitions, because the individual in Uvalde had 350 pounds. I yield back. Let us vote for the rule and the underlying bill. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves, and I'd like to remind the members to please direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, I have a lot of respect for my colleague from Texas, but when the question is asked why service members can't bring their M16 and their M4s home, it's because those are fully automatic weapons. They are not AR-15s. The gentlelady actually answers her own question. The M16 and the M4 platform are automatic. The AR-15 is not automatic. They're 2 different platforms. The gentlelady and the gentleman from Texas said words to the effect of, what are we doing? Why are Republicans not doing enough, or words to that effect? Well, let me remind my colleagues across the aisle that it was Republicans, not Democrats. It was Republicans in 2017 that had the Fix NICS Act. It's Republicans that are trying to get legislation passed to keep guns out of the hands of criminals, not out of the hands of law-abiding citizens. And it was the last administration under President Trump that banned bump stocks when the Obama administration let that ban expire. So there's just a few things that Republicans are doing in this arena. But I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, Mario Diaz-Balart of Florida. I yield him 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman. You know, Title 42 is a critical tool to manage the crisis at the southern border. And hard to believe, but the Biden administration claims that the termination of Title 42 would actually decrease the number of encounters at the border. This is not only grotesquely disingenuous, it's actually laughable. Does the administration not remember the caravans headed to the southern border when the administration just announced the end of Title 42? You know, the cartels actually use the end of 42 to promote, to advertise their human smuggling business. Has the administration even spoken to the our brave heroes, the patrol agents, who consistently say that without Title 42 authority, they would lose any semblance of operational control on the border? So let's be clear, the expected influx of border crossings if Title 42 were ended is not just a humanitarian crisis, which it is, it's a national security crisis as well. The cartels will once again use the increased flow as a distraction to continue to bring in record amount of narcotics such as fentanyl. So, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question so that we can bring up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to help give our border agents the tools that they need in order to achieve operational control of the border. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate it. I would like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from the state of Georgia, 2 minutes to Mr. Heiss.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you so much, and I am amazed at how my radical friends on the left now are so concerned with the lives of children when they literally stand and cheer and celebrate the killing of 3,000 through abortion every single day. But, Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to this rule that allows consideration of the assault weapons ban. But what we have here going on right now is a complete disregard for regular order that started yesterday and it's continuing here today. The House floor is being run like a circus, quite frankly, and the American people deserve better than this. They continue, the Democrats do, to ram legislation through without proper notice and without even markup in committees. The floor should be run with at least a basic sense of decorum, and that is totally out of control right now. There's a complete lack of respect for the rules and the norms of this historic institution and how it should be run. Now, as for the legislation being considered, it's just another attempt by the radical left to once again take away the Second Amendment rights of the American people. Madam Speaker, time and time again, the left here has tried to disregard and trample the constitutional rights of the American people. This bill is full, among other things, of questionable definitions that show that the left don't even know what they're talking about when it comes to the issue of assault weapons. I implore my colleagues to vote against this rule, the previous question as well. Again, I thank my colleague for giving me a moment, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, very briefly, maybe the gentleman hasn't been paying attention to what's been going on around here, but this bill actually had a hearing, had a markup, 14 hours in the Judiciary Committee. The text has been available 72 hours in advance. The manager's amendment was made available on Tuesday night. I mean, I don't know what the heck he's talking about, but anyway, I reserve my time.
And reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Georgia, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Now, while we're here debating about an assault weapons ban so that the chairman of the Judiciary Committee can campaign when he goes back home, which is really odd because in that district, in that area of New York, They don't seem to be suffering from as much crime as the rest of New York, where people really do need guns to defend themselves, or maybe the rest of America, or like Atlanta in my home state of Georgia. And I will tell you something right now. I thank God for AR-15s because there have been a lot of people that have saved their own lives and defended others, and I'll remind you of a few. How about an 8-month pregnant woman who saved her husband and daughter's life from home invaders who were trying to kill them? Thank God she had an AR-15. Let me remind you of a man that had an AR-15 that was able to defend a church from a mass shooter who killed 26 people in the First Baptist Church in Sutherland Springs, Texas. Thank God for his AR-15. Let me explain something to my Democrat colleagues. You can pass as many gun control laws as you like, but no one will stop a murderer. No one is going to hand over a gun who has murder in their heart. Do you think that your gun control laws are going to cause criminals to come running to hand over the AR-15s that they possess? No, I don't think so. So if you're concerned about protecting Americans and saving lives, stop voting to kill babies up until the day of birth, care about those children and their body parts, and then do something about all the crime all over America that are affecting every single day Americans. How about our border? How about our border being overrun with drugs and fentanyl and human trafficking? Do you care about those people, those migrants who are dying on the way because of your policies of open borders? Oh no, it's not the gun that is the problem. It's the policies. And it's the policies that you're pushing right now that are hurting Americans and causing our country to not be safe.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Members are again asked to remember to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, Massachusetts. My apologies.
I'm going to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Whether it's Pennsylvania or Massachusetts, they're still two great commonwealths, right? Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers at this time. I yield myself the balance of the time we have left for my closing.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm incredibly disappointed, but unfortunately not at all surprised that once again we're considering legislation that will do nothing more than penalize law-abiding citizens while doing absolutely nothing about the root cause of gun violence. We know from history, we know from numerous studies that I've talked about today, that assault weapon bans do not work. So why is this bill coming before us today? It's just the latest in the House Democrats' never-ending attack on America's Second Amendment rights. I therefore urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question, no on the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have great respect for my friend from Pennsylvania and all my colleagues on the Rules Committee, and I know they feel strongly about this issue. And I believe that many of the concerns that they have raised are unwarranted, and this bill deals with many of them. And as has been said repeatedly, this is not about taking away anybody's guns. It is dealing with the future. It is dealing with ways that we can better protect the people of this country. And so it's frustrating when we hear arguments about, you used the word, you said military style, this technically isn't a military weapon, or we have all these numbers that have been kind of manipulated and presented as reasons for us to do nothing. I find that really disconcerting. I mean, and maybe it's because so many people are dying. Maybe it's because so many people are being murdered by these weapons. I mean, the sheer number is incomprehensible. And maybe some of my colleagues have lost the human ability to feel what that really means. I mean, I've talked to parents, I've talked to brothers and sisters, to grandparents who have lost loved ones in these massacres, who have lost loved ones to assault weapons. I mean, it is painful. And we can do something to make it possible that fewer people are victims of mass shootings, that fewer children die, the fewer churchgoers die, the fewer people shopping in their grocery stores or going to a concert, or just minding their own business. I mean, the gun violence in this country has reached epidemic proportions. It is unbelievable. And the American people are sick and tired of being scared. I mean, when my own kids go to the movies, I worry about them. I'm worried that there might be somebody with an AR-15 that will be in that movie theater. Or if they go to a concert, I think my anxiety is similar to the anxiety of most parents when their kids go out. This doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. And I think all I'm pleading with my colleagues to do is to think long and hard on how they vote on this. We should all be sick to our stomachs about what's happening. And the idea that somehow we can't do anything about it, I don't think anybody buys. And I get it. The gun lobby plays a big role with many of my friends on the other side of the aisle. Follow the money, you'll see what I'm talking about. And I know they don't want you to do anything, but I'm pleading with my colleagues, especially on the Republican side of the aisle. I mean, this is the right thing to do. The previous assault weapons ban had an impact. Unfortunately, it was left to expire. I mean, we need to pass this. This is the right thing to do. Talk to the families. Talk to those who lost loved ones in one of these massacres. And as I said, I mean, to defend, AR-15s, I mean, that can destroy the bodies of people. I remind you that the children in Uvalde, many of them had to be identified by DNA. I mean, at some point, we have to say enough is enough. At some point, we have to turn our words into action, and I'm hoping and praying that this is the day. So I urge all my colleagues to vote for the rule and vote for the previous question. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On that, I'd request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Tlaib and Ms. Omar, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker Person, as the member designated by Mr. John Carter, Mr. Troy Nels, and Ms. Kate Granger, text, I inform the House that they will all vote no on the previous question.
Does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas and Ms. Malliotakis from New York, I inform the House that they will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Wilson from South Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Member designated by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote no on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany of Wisconsin, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Tiffany will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wenstrup of Ohio and Mr. LaHood of Illinois, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wenstrup and Mr. LaHood will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Craig, Ms. Stevens, Ms. Bustos, Mr. Blumenauer, and Mr. Ryan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Williams, Ms. Moore, Mr. Caston, Ms. Bass, Mr. Evans, Mr. Firthlis McCormick, and Ms. Strickland, I inform the House that those 8 or 9 members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, inform the House that Representative Cardenas will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, the member designated by Mr. Bob Good of Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Good will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Congress members Cahaley, Mike Thompson, Andy Levin, Bordeaux, Vargas, Swalwell, Torres, Cuellar, and Panetta, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey, Mr. Green of Tennessee, Mr. Jacobs of New York, and Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Desjardins, Mr. Van Drew, Mr. Green, and Mr. Jacobs all will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Congressman Mike Johnson of Louisiana, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote no on the previous question.
Does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Macbeth of Georgia pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Macbeth will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Blunt Rochester and Mr. Veazey pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Blunt Rochester and Mr. Veazey will vote yes on the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairman Richie Neal of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Chairman Neal will vote yes on the previous question.
Fernandez of New Mexico and Jackie Spear of California. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Dusty Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Rice, Lawson, Christ, Smith, Deutsch, and Maloney, Carolyn, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Yes, as the member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote no on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Diana DeGette of Colorado, Mr. Mark Desagne of California, Mr. Seth Moulton of Massachusetts, Mr. Tom Suozzi of New York, and Mr. David Scott of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
Purpose Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Joyce of Pennsylvania, Ms. Stefanik of New York, Mr. Comer of Kentucky, and Dr. Miller Meeks of Iowa, I inform the House that Dr. Joyce, Dr. Meeks, Ms. Stefanik, and Mr. Comer will be voting no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Herrera, Butler, Stewart, Garbarino, Letlow, Hartzler, Curtis, and Owens from several different states, they will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Jerry McNerney, Ms. Eddie Bernice Johnson, Ms. Pramila Jayapal, Mr. John Garamendi, Mr. Donald Payne, and Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Lauren Boebert will vote no.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Boyle, Mr. Ruppersberger, Ms. Trahan, Mr. McEachin, Ms. Newman, and Mr. Mondaire Jones, I inform the House these members will vote yes on the previous question.
Gentleman from Indiana seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gibbs from Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote nay on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Mr. Jeffries of New York pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Representative Jeffries will vote yes on the motion to move the previous question on H.R. 1302.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, Mr. Katko of New York, and Mr. Rice of South Carolina, inform the House that Messrs. Gonzalez, Katko, and Rice will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Dr. Gosar will vote no on H.Res. 1302.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Bowman and Ms. Bush, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Spartz and Ms. Walorski, both of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Spartz and Ms. Walorski will both vote no on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Porter, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on the previous question.
This gentlewoman from Florida rise.
Inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote no on the previous question.
On this vote, the yeas are 215 and the nays are 205. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have. Purpose of the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On that, I'd request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purposes the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Congresswoman Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Congresswoman Boebert will vote no.
For what purposes the gentlelady from Michigan rise?
Member designated by Ms. Tlaib and Ms. Omar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1302.
For what purposes the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Miller Meeks of Iowa, Comer of Kentucky, Stefanik of New York, and John Joyce of PA, I inform the House that those members will be voting no on agreeing to the resolution.
For what purposes the gentlewoman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Spear of California and Ms. Legger Fernandez of New Mexico, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the House Res 1302. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purposes the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks, both of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks will both vote no on the previous question.
For what purposes the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on HRES 1302.
Gentleman from Ohio rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wenstrup of Ohio and Mr. LaHood of Illinois, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wenstrup and Mr. LaHood will vote nay on the adoption of the rule.
For what purposes the gentleman from Georgia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Macbeth of Georgia, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Macbeth will vote yes on HRES 1302.
What purposes gentlewoman from Oklahoma rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote no on the previous question.
What purposes gentlewoman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Porter, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on HRES 1302.
Purposes gentleman from Texas rise?
Speaker person, as member designated by Mr. John Carter of the great state of Texas, and Kate Graves of the great state of Texas, and Torrendale of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that they all vote no on the rule.
What purposes gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mr. Jeffries of New York, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Representative Jeffries will vote yes on H.R. 1302.
What purposes gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kako of New York, Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Gonzalez, Kako, and Rice will vote nay on the rule.
For what purposes gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Jerry McNerney, Ms. Eddie Bernice Johnson, Ms. Pramila Jayapal, Mr. John Garamendi, Mr. Donald Payne, and Mr. Peter Welch. Inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1302.
For what purposes does the gentleman from
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on the rule.
For what purposes gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote yea on HRES 1302.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Carolyn Maloney of New York, Christ, Smith, Deutsch, Lawson, and Rice, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on HRES 1302.
What purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Congressman Mike Johnson, Louisiana, I inform the House that Congressman Johnson will vote no on HRES 1302.
What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on HRES 1302.
For what purposes does the gentleman North Dakota rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas and Ms. Maliatakis from New York, I inform the House that they will vote no on the rule.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
As a member designated by Ms. Bush and Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1302.
What purpose does the gentleman from Missouri rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote no.
What purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Cahaley, Mike Thompson, Andy Levin, Bordeaux, Vargas, Swalwell, Richie Torres, and Henry Cuellar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1302.
What purpose does the gentleman from Missouri rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, Mr. Barr of Kentucky, and Mr. Guthrie of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry, Mr. Barr, and Mr. Guthrie will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Williams, Ms. Moore, Mr. Caston, Ms. Bass, Mr. Evans, Mr. Furless McCormick, and Ms. Strickland, I inform the House and the distinguished speaker from the state of Texas that these members will vote yes on HRES 1302.
What purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany of Wisconsin, pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House Mr. Tiffany will vote no on H.R. 1302.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Veazey, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Blunt Rochester and Mr. Veazey will vote yes on H.R. 1302.
What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Dusty Johnson of South Dakota, Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, and Mr. Green of Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson, Mr. Van Drew, Mr. Desjardins, and Mr. Green all will vote nay on the rule. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Diana DeGette of Colorado, Mr. Mark DeSagne of California, Mr. Seth Moulton of Massachusetts, Mr. Tom Swazi of New York, and Mr. David Scott of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1302.
What purposes does the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Herrera, Butler, Stewart, Garbarino, Letlow, Hartzler, Curtis, Owens from several states across the country, I inform the House that they will all vote nay on the rule.
What purposes does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Boyle, Mr. Rupersberger, Ms. Trahan, Mr. McEachin, Ms. Newman, and Mr. Jones, I inform the House these members will vote yes on House Res 1302.
What purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Byron Donalds from Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Donalds will vote nay on the rule.
What purposes, gentleman from Texas, rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on the rule.
What purposes the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Yeah, as the member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote no on the previous question. Thank you.
What purposes the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Donalds of Florida, I inform the House Mr. Donalds will vote nay on the rule.
Well, what purposes the gentleman from Florida rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on the rule.
Does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House Mr. Kinzinger will vote nay on the rule.
Purposes does the gentlewoman from Georgia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bob Good from Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Good will vote no on the rule.
What purposes does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Dr. Gosar will vote no on HRES 1302.
For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia rise?
As the member designated by Mrs. Miller of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mrs. Miller will vote nay on the rule.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Craig, Ms. Stevens, Ms. Bustos, Mr. Blumenauer, and Mr. Ryan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1302.
Vote. The yeas are 217, the nays are 211. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House
Mr. Nadler,
Resolution...
wait a sec. Let me get a little more order here. Please take your conversations off the floor. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1302, I call up H.R. 1808, the assault weapons ban of 2022, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 346, H.R. 1808, a bill to regulate assault weapons to ensure that the right to keep and bear arms is not unlimited and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1302, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-60, modified by the amendment printed in House Report 117-448, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered as read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 1808.
Objection. I'm going to ask my friends in the chamber to please take your conversations outside so that we can hear the debate on this matter. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, today we take another step to advance historic gun violence prevention legislation. H.R. 1808, the Assault Weapons Ban Act of 2022, restores and updates the prior assault weapons ban that kept weapons of war out of our communities for a decade before Republicans opposed its renewal. As we have learned all too well in recent years, assault weapons, especially when combined with high-capacity magazines, are the weapon of choice for mass shootings. These military-style weapons are designed to kill the most people in the shortest amount of time. Quite simply, there is no place for them in our streets. In 1994, we banned these killing machines, and countless lives were saved. But that ban was allowed to lapse 10 years later. And since then, we have seen the predictable results. Mass shootings have increased exponentially, and our public spaces, schools, movie theaters, supermarkets, houses of worship, parades, you name it, have all become vulnerable to attack. Uvalde, Parkland, Tree of Life Synagogue. How many more mass shootings must we endure? When will we learn? Well, I hope we're starting to learn today. I hope we're starting to learn today indeed. The assault weapons ban would prohibit the sale, manufacture, transfer, or possession of semi-automatic assault weapons and large-capacity ammunition feeding devices. At the same time, it grandfathers existing semi-automatic assault weapons and contains numerous protections for law enforcement and responsible gun owners, including hunters, gun collectors, farmers, sport shooters, and those who use firearms for self-defense. It is important to consider today's debate in the context of our other efforts to address the violence plaguing our communities. Time and again, Democrats have advanced responsible gun safety legislation only to face Republican opposition. We have advanced legislation to conduct background checks for all gun sales, to close the Charleston loophole, to close the boyfriend loophole, and to keep guns away from those who are a danger to themselves or others. We advanced my bill, the Protecting Our Kids Act, and we sent the President the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which was signed into law and will save lives. These proposals were opposed by all but a few of our Republican colleagues. Today, they have another chance to take the action needed to make our communities safer. Will they stand with us? Will they show that they have learned? Or will they stand with an industry that right now is promoting a weapon to civilians as powerful enough to shoot through bulletproof vests? Will our Republicans choose to defend the weapons of choice for mass murderers and those who seek to target law enforcement? Or will they choose to defend Americans who simply want to go to school, to go shopping, to march in a parade, or to go to a movie theater without the fear of having a target on their back? It's an easy choice for me. I want to thank Congressman Cicilline for his leadership on this important legislation. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For years, the Democrats told us we're not coming for your guns. Oh, yes, they are. Let's be clear. The Second Amendment is as clear as possible, and that's their beef. The Second Amendment says the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. But they don't care. In fact, the sponsor of this legislation said so in committee. He said, quote, "Spare me the BS about constitutional rights." They don't care about that fundamental liberty law-abiding citizens in this country enjoy. And they're coming for your firearms. 6 weeks ago, it was the red flag law. You know, where someone who doesn't like you can report you to law enforcement or to a judge. There's a hearing that you can't be at, your counsel can't be present, you haven't been charged with the crime, but they can take your firearm. They can take your property, they can take away your Second Amendment liberties, and then you have to petition for a subsequent hearing to get that right back, and you have done nothing wrong and have not been charged with the crime. Then House Democrats passed the unconstitutional legislation that said 18 to 20-year-olds can't purchase a firearm. They can fight for our country, but they can't purchase a firearm. And today they're coming for your guns. 24 million of them. That's right, 24 million AR-style rifles are in the hands of law-abiding Americans today as we speak, and those individuals will not be able to sell or transfer that property. In the Heller case, the Supreme Court made clear that the Second Amendment protects firearms in common use at the time. During the markup, Representative Bishop asked the chairman, quote, is it the point of the bill to ban weapons that are in common use in the United States today? And the chairman said, the problem is that they are in common use. Yes, so this is the goal, and this is why it's unconstitutional. It couldn't be any clearer. Democrats don't care what the Constitution says. Fortunately, courts are correctly applying the Constitution. Last week, a federal district court judge in Colorado, who was appointed by President Obama, issued a temporary restraining order against the town of Superior, Colorado, to prevent it from implementing an assault weapon ban. The judge wrote, plaintiffs have stated that semi-automatic weapons, as well as magazines that hold more than 10 rounds, are commonly used by law-abiding citizens for lawful purposes, and therefore cannot be banned. And guess what this bill will do? It won't make communities safer, won't make them safer at all. In fact, in the Heller case, the Supreme Court said, Second Amendment protects firearms in common use at the time, and also said this, quote, for lawful purposes like self-defense. 3 weeks ago, July 7th, 2022, a Florida homeowner used his AR-style rifle when individuals forcibly entered his home. After the homeowner opened fire, the individuals immediately fled. When asked if the homeowner would face charges, the Escambia County Sheriff Chip Simmons said, quote, absolutely not. The homeowner is protecting himself And in Florida, you can do that. You can protect yourself. Democrats tried this ban before. It didn't work. It won't work now. And you know what it will do? It'll make communities, I think, less safe. What will make communities safer, though, is if Democrats stop defunding the police, stop cashless bail, start prosecuting criminals. They're taking away firearms used for self-defense by law-abiding Americans. This bill is wrong. It will make communities, I think, less safe, and it's unconstitutional. Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Speaker of the House, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Pelosi.
The gentlelady from California, Ms. Pelosi, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his great leadership. Mr. Speaker, each year, more children die from gun violence than any other cause: cancer, auto accidents, any other cause. Our nation has watched in unspeakable horror as assault weapons have been used in massacre after massacre in communities across the country. And disturbingly, so many of these mass shootings have targeted our precious children in their schools, at the movies, at the malls, and throughout our communities. That is why I rise today in strong support in reinstating the assault weapons ban, a long overdue step to get deadly weapons off our streets. Make no mistake, we know that an assault weapon ban can work because it has worked before. For 10 years, from 1994 to 2004, our families were protected by a strong assault weapon ban, strongly championed in the Senate by then Senator, now President Joe Biden. Chuck Schumer led the way over here, Dianne Feinstein in the Senate. I was a relatively new member of Congress who was whipping for this legislation. It made us all very, very proud. More importantly, it saved many lives. During that time, we witnessed gun crime with assault weapons drop by up to 40%. Let me repeat, gun violence by assault weapons reduced by 40%. Meanwhile, since the ban expired, the number of mass shooting deaths has grown by nearly 500%. And it is particularly sickening to now see these same deadly weapons, are you ready for this, being marketed to children. Here's an advertisement for a JR-15 designed to be a so-called smaller, safer, lighter version of the horrific AR-15, which has been used to murder so many of their playmates and friends. Look at this, these little skulls with ponytails and that. The manufacturer stated that their goal was to develop a shooting platform that was not only sized correctly, but also looks, feels, and operates just like mom and dad's gun. Mom and dad's gun, they use that expression. Indeed, gun maker We One Tactical launched the Junior 15 and said, quote, "We are excited to start capturing the imagination of the next generation." Indeed, this callousness is disgusting. It's despicable, and it reminds us that the crisis of gun violence requires action. To the families who are survivors and have suffered from gun violence, we have said over and over again, we will not stop until the job is done. We thank them for turning their sorrow to help others, prevent others from suffering in that way. They've turned their agony into action. Now, whether you were saying we're going from Newtown to Uvalde, everything in between, and since, there's so many deaths, so much sorrow, so much hope that we would get the job done. They are so responsible for our bringing this legislation to the floor. Their outside mobilization, their advocacy with great intellectual integrity has made all the difference. Today, House Democrats will vote to reinstate the assault weapons ban with strong protections for children and families. The bill prohibits the sale, manufacture, transfer, or possession of semi-automatic assault weapons, as well as high-capacity magazines. And contrary to what the gentleman on the other side of the aisle said, it requires safe storage for lawfully owned assault weapons already in our communities. It's not about taking guns away from people who should have them. It's about safe storage. You have a problem with that? And it strongly supports our law enforcement heroes who should not have to confront weapons designed for the battlefield, instead in our communities. To be clear, this is a very special day in the Congress of the United States that history will record as one designed to save lives. For his passionate, persistent leadership on this legislation, let me salute Congressman David Cicilline, I don't know if he's on the floor, who has been fighting ferociously on this issue for years and years. To Lucy McBath, who has been, again, a member of the Committee of Jurisdiction, an intellectual resource, a strategic thinker, and inspiration to all of us who turned her personal grief into action and makes a difference. And thank you, Chairman Jerry Nadler, Chair of the Judiciary Committee, for steering this legislation through the Judiciary Committee and to the floor. And also, I want to recognize once again, President Joe Biden's longtime leadership on this issue and the beautiful words he expressed about this when we were celebrating the bipartisan safety bill recently. Mr. Speaker, all those who have had the privilege of serving in this hallowed halls take a solemn oath to the American people. At the heart of our oath is our duty to protect and defend. To protect and defend the Constitution, the American people. With this legislation, we honor this foremost responsibility. And when the House returns in August, we will bring to the floor a robust public safety package beyond this. Let me be clear. House Democrats are for people over politics. And say to our friends in this body and down the hall and wherever they are, your political survival is insignificant compared to the survival of children who are at the mercy of these guns. We believe that every American deserves to live in a safe community where they and their families can thrive. That's why Democrats are funding our police while making reforms for better law enforcement training and accountability as we give them the tools, the police the tools they need to prevent crime. We are so proud of the work done by CBC Chair Joyce Beatty, working with Representatives Josh Gottheimer and Abigail Spanberger to make historic legislation that has prioritizing meeting the needs of our law enforcement officers while at the same time having accountability. That is historic. We haven't passed that before. And I'm more confident than ever that we will pass a package rooted in two of the Democrats' most cherished values, justice and safety. I urge my colleagues to support the assault weapons ban, recognizing again that the survival of our children is more important than the political survival of any of us. And with that, I urge a strong and hopefully bipartisan vote to put people over politics by reinstating the assault weapon ban, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 1808, the assault weapons ban of 2022. Here they go again. Once again, my colleagues across the aisle have rushed to exploit your fear and the pain of victims to rush out a gun control measure that will do nothing to save lives or address the root causes of violence. I say exploit your fear, and I point to the Speaker of the House just stood in this well with a poster that had a toy gun on it and want you to feel scared about that. Well, I have a 6-year-old son, and he has toy guns. And he knows about muzzle discipline. He knows you don't put your finger on the trigger. He knows you don't point it at people. I'm able to teach my son gun safety and make him safer. You don't live through fear. This and other gun control measures like red flag laws, they make the other side feel better. But today's bill will do nothing but disarm law-abiding citizens. Congress has tried this before. 1994, a 10-year assault weapons ban was first enacted. This ban did not stop violent crime or prevent heart-wrenching tragedies like Columbine. Yes, Columbine happened while we had an assault weapons ban. In fact, after the ban ended, the Department of Justice issued a report that concluded, should it be renewed, the ban's effects on gun violence are likely to be small at best, and perhaps too small for reliable measurement. Assault weapons were rarely used in gun crimes even before the ban. That's the Department of Justice. The results are in, folks. A so-called assault weapons ban does not work. But what it does is it takes away your rights and it leaves you vulnerable. Simple truth is criminals don't follow the law. If they did, think about this. If criminals followed the law, we wouldn't have any crime. But when you criminalize guns, only criminals are going to have guns. And so I urge you to vote no on this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman
Thank
yields
you.
back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 4 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, a member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
Mr. Cicilline is recognized for 4 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1808, the assault weapons ban, legislation that will help reduce the gun massacres being committed in our communities by weapons of war. These military-style weapons were designed for the battlefield, for maximum efficiency when a soldier is engaged in combat. And the military features banned by this bill are added to make these guns more accurate, more controllable, more concealable, and more deadly, enabling killers to murder as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. These weapons have no place in our communities. They turn our streets, our schools, our grocery stores, our movie theaters, and hospitals into bloody battlefield scenes. And they kill our children, our friends, and neighbors, and the police officers trying to protect them. In 2016 and 2017 alone, more than 24 officers were slain in the line of duty by an assault weapon. 1 in 5 officers is killed in the line of duty by these weapons, which is why the Major City Police Chiefs Association endorses this legislation. Yet for nearly 18 years, we failed to take action to stop them from flooding into our communities and being used time and time and time again in mass shootings. It's unconscionable that anyone can walk into a store and legally purchase a weapon capable of inflicting the carnage we've seen in Highland Park, in Buffalo, in Uvalde, in Atlanta, in Sutherland Springs, Las Vegas, Orlando, Parkland, and the list goes on and on. Today, the House is finally taking a long overdue and necessary step to reinstitute a ban on these exceptionally dangerous weapons. We didn't just come up with this proposal out of thin air and propose it. The original assault weapons ban was in place from 1994 to 2004, and we have clear evidence that it was effective in reducing these killings. Compared with the decade before its adoption, the 1994 assault weapons ban was associated with a 25% drop in gun massacres and a 40% drop in fatalities. And as soon as the ban expired, fatalities and shootings skyrocketed again. And when an assault weapon is used during a mass shooting, 6 times as many people are shot. So today I'm imploring my colleagues to take action to get these weapons of war designed for maximum destruction of human life off our streets. Let me be clear. I respect the Second Amendment, but it's not without limits. Imagine if we clung to the desire to protect our children and our communities as tightly as some of my colleagues cling to their rifles. There are more guns than people in this country, more mass shootings than days in the year. This is a uniquely American problem. This bill won't stop all gun violence, but it will effectively decrease it. Because they were designed for military combat, these weapons don't just kill, they decimate. The shots fired can tear a softball-sized wound into a victim, and we know how we can reduce the suffering. Researchers estimate that if we still had a federal assault weapons ban, we would see a 70% decline in mass shooting deaths. Let that sink in. If the ban had remained in effect, 70% of the families torn apart by these massacres would still have their loved ones. We can't bring back 70% of these victims to their families and friends, but we can work to prevent more carnage moving forward. Let me end by saying this. In my faith tradition, we are taught that whoever destroys a soul, it is considered as if they destroyed an entire world. And whoever saves a life, it is considered as if they saved an entire world. Let's come together to save lives. Pass this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Sheriff Rutherford.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, America doesn't have a gun violence problem. We have a human violence problem. But those across the aisle don't want to talk about that, because then you have to talk about the culture of death that we have created in this country, killing 63 million unborn children, denying the sanctity of life. That's the conversation that they don't want to have. Mr. Speaker, as a former police officer, I've encountered many dangerous people with guns, and we stopped them before they hurt themselves or others. We identified them. We identified the threats that they were making, and then we were able to intervene and stop those individuals before they became a shooter. That is what we should be focused on. In the wake of these recent tragedies, give law enforcement the tools and resources to stop those who have shown a propensity to become violent. That's what we should be focusing on, not defunding the police, not demoralizing the police, not delegitimizing the police. We should be focused on assisting the police in identifying these individuals who want to commit crime. With that, I yield back. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the committee, the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, America doesn't have to be the only country where mass shootings occur sometimes daily. You know, sometimes I hear people say, well, it's a mental health problem. I'll tell you what, people have mental health problems in countries all over the world, but only one country has mass shootings the way America does. And we need to have a national answer to this. The killer that killed my constituents at the Gilroy Garlic Festival couldn't buy the assault weapon in California, so he just went over to Nevada and bought it there. We need a national answer. We know it works. When the last ban expired, the number of mass shooting deaths increased by 483%. You know, Americans deserve to be safe and to be free of fear that when their kids go to school, they'll be obliterated. You know, we need to put the American people ahead of politics. We need to put American children ahead of politics. We need to vote yes. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Is that 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, we do have a culture of human violence. Recently, a 16-year-old young man with 3 felony arrests in the past 4 months violently attacked and attempted to choke a New York subway police officer. He was released without bail. And that is what's happening where you have the left in charge of criminal justice systems. And why do I bring that up? Because that individual punched that police officer more than 20 times in his attempts to basically kill that officer. And personal weapons such as hands, fists, or feet account for 600 homicides in 2019, according to official reports. And 1,476 murders were committed with knives or cutting instruments, and 364 homicides were committed with rifles. You see the distinction here? But where the Democrats are going for, they want to take away someone's constitutional right instead of enforcing the law for people who are violently and criminal violent. They're going to release those people back into your streets. The Supreme Court has held the Second Amendment protects arms in common use, But at markup, Chairman Nadler admitted that the purpose of the bill is to ban firearms that are in common use. Think about that. That does violence to the Constitution. They simply want to ban guns, and this is just another step along that path. At markup, it became very clear that Democrats don't even understand the guns that they are trying to ban. But they don't care, because when they say they want to put politics above people, or that we shouldn't, what they really mean is they're going to. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to a member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Ms. Jackson Lee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I think that we will spend most of our time here today where facts will be told and then rhetorical conversation will be told as well. Fact, the Constitution in the Second Amendment does not prohibit the ban on assault weapons. Fact, 1808, led by Mr. Cicilline, allows gun owners to hold their guns. This deals with the transfer of guns. Fact, as we can see, the lives of our children are lost through carnage, bloodshed, and murder. Fact, by the hands of an AR-15, an assault-style weapon. Our fellow citizens, fact, are killed by an AR-15, 14, an assault-style weapon. Fact, that every weapon of mass carnage is not done by a knife, a BB gun. It is not done by throwing a water bomb or words. It is not done by taking a bus and running over citizens. It is done by assault-style weapons. So I rise today to support H.R. 1808 because I am tired of a fact of doing nothing. Mayor Bowser has a right to complain about Governor Abbott generating individuals unfairly, unjustly, and wrongly to another jurisdiction. But fact is that these weapons have killed. And so without any concern, we are now offering facts. And anyone that suggests that we are taking guns from good gun owners, we are not. Ask unanimous consent to put in the record several articles dealing with the Washington Post, the CBS News, and KXAN. Ask unanimous consent. Vote for H.R. 1808.
Without objection, gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, here's the fact. This bill is unconstitutional. The Supreme Court made clear the Second Amendment protects firearms in common use. This bill has 8 pages of weapons, firearms that it bans, including 24 million firearms that American citizens, law-abiding American citizens, possess today. That is the fact. I yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Texas, Mr. Gomert.
Mr. Gomert is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank my friend from Ohio. The previous assault weapons ban that was referenced by our speaker, I just want to make sure the record is actually correct. The FBI that kept the data had to admit, as sympathetic as they were to assault weapons ban, that actually it doesn't appear to have really made any difference. We want to talk about crime since then. We can talk about the big cities that have come under control of Democratic authority who have pushed for things like no bond. But John Adams had it exactly right. This Constitution is intended for for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate for the governing of any other. So we're either going to have to get rid of all of our constitutional rights. We can't even allow freedom of assembly or speech, much less Second Amendment, if we're not going to teach moral right and wrong. And what are we finding? We're finding in our schools, of course, they're not teaching the Ten Commandments, and instead they're teaching to envy. Look around, covet, see who has something more than you, and you should envy and covet it. And just keep in mind, under the big city laws now, look, if you get violent, we'll give you no bond, we'll let you right back out. You want to know what would do more right now than banning AR-15s would be to ban Democrat thinking in the big cities that's allowing the crime rates to just explode. We've always had guns in America. That's why there is an America. But we never had a time like this when we were teaching our children everything but the moral imperatives. That's why this bill needs to go down, and we need to go after the causes of our violence. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
Ms. Garcia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of reinstating the assault weapons ban. This bill would put military-grade assault weapons out of circulation for civilians. For me, the choice between banning assault weapons and protecting young, innocent children is a no-brainer. I put children above guns. It pains me deeply that our children and our communities live in fear of suddenly losing their lives or the lives of loved ones on a daily basis. I am a gun owner myself, Mr. Speaker. I was raised on a farm in South Texas, and I know how to use a gun, especially for hunting. But assault weapons are not for hunting. They are used to kill people quickly, efficiently, and as fast as they can. And that type of weapon is used solely for that, for killing people, and it has no place in our communities. One child's life is worth more than all the assault weapons in the world. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
Mr. Klein's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My fellow Americans, the Democrats are coming for your guns. This assault weapons ban is unconstitutional because it would ban firearms that are currently in common use, making the scope of the bill's semi-automatic assault weapon ban overly broad by capturing millions of sporting rifles, shotguns, and pistols that simply have certain accessories and cosmetic features. In fact, the bill focuses mostly on appearance, which would arbitrarily ban some firearm models while exempting others with the same functionality. This bill would not reduce violent crime, as Democrats claim, since studies have shown that the effect of the last assault weapons ban from 1994 on violent crime was perhaps too small for reliable measurement. Instead, what this bill and all other legislation from Democrats aimed at gun control will do is directly infringe on the rights of law-abiding Americans. And they're not going to stop here. There'll always be another scary-looking gun that they think looks scary that needs to be banned. There'll always be another loophole that they have created out of thin air that they need to close with more bans. Mr. Speaker, this document says shall not be infringed. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Jordan reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
Mr. Neguse is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Speaker and I thank the Chairman for his leadership. I rise today in support of H.R. 1808. As the Speaker knows, my fellow Coloradan, just last year we mourned the loss of 10 individuals who were shot, murdered at a grocery store in Boulder, Colorado, in my district. Last week we honored the 10-year anniversary of the Aurora, Colorado movie theater shooting. The people in our communities fear whether they are even safe to walk into their local grocery store and buy food for their families without the threat of gun violence. Since the federal assault weapons ban expired in 2004, the scourge of gun violence has only grown more pervasive across our country. We have come together in the past to protect our communities. In 1994, lawmakers from both sides of the aisle join together to pass a similar piece of legislation to that we are voting on today. I'd humbly ask my colleagues that we do the same this evening. Let's pass this bill for our children and for safer communities. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the ranking member, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm voting against the erosion of constitutional rights of law-abiding Americans. In the long history of mankind, freedom and liberty are not lost overnight, but it comes by way of a slow and gradual burn. We've seen an unprecedented assault on our First Amendment through the legacy media and social media, giants censoring the thoughts and opinions and individuals of the right while propping up their favorite candidates and covering up stories that could be detrimental to their public personas. Policies are then implemented that are anti-religious freedom, anti-due process, anti-free assembly, and today, anti-Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. These rights shall not be infringed. Instead of making families and communities safer, this backward gun-grabbing attempt does nothing to harden school security, address our mental health crisis, or reverse the depreciation of our morals and values. No, it does nothing for that, but it tears at the fabric of our Constitution. I urge my colleagues to protect the Constitution and vote no. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the committee, the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
Ms. Dean is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 4 grandchildren. The youngest, Scotty, was born just last year in 2021. In Scotty's world, guns kill more kids than cars do. In Scotty's world, there are 692 mass shootings every year. And when she goes off to school, Scotty will learn her active shooter drills as she learns to tie her shoes. We don't have to live like this. If we only had the courage, if we all only had the courage to pass the assault weapons ban to regulate semi-automatic guns. Our gun violence crisis demands this and other solutions. This will save lives. Experts reveal that the casualties of mass shootings would have dropped by 70% if the last assault weapons ban had stayed in place. How will I explain to Scotty that the other side boasts of 24 million assault-style weapons in the hands of Americans and says not one word about the 24,000 people dead in just 7 months of this year from guns? We must act. Join me. Have the courage to join me. Pass the assault weapons ban for Scotty's future and for all of our children. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Mr. Roy is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the gentleman from Ohio. Fact, this assault weapon ban bill is unconstitutional. Chairman Nadler even recognized when he stated that, quote, the problem is that these weapons are in common use. And in Heller, the Supreme Court ruled that the Bill of Rights clearly protects firearms in common use. This is an unconstitutional piece of legislation. Fact, this assault weapons bill will ban the weapons in common use, and my colleagues will most assuredly target citizens to take their guns. In the words of Democratic perpetual candidate Beto O'Rourke, hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15, your AK-47. That's the truth, and everyone knows it. Don't hide behind it. Everybody knows precisely what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are doing. Fact, less than 2% of all prisoners had a firearm obtained from a retail source at the time they committed their crimes. Only 13% of the offenders in state prison population obtained their firearms from a retail source. Criminals usually don't get their guns at gun stores through legal channels. That's the fact. Another fact, upwards of 80% are committed by people with prior arrest records, often by people with prior convictions for violent crimes or prior weapons offenses, and almost none of our gun control proposals, and particularly this one, are targeted at this group. That's the truth. Those are the facts. The fact, as Thomas Jefferson said, the strongest reason for the people to retain the right to keep and bear arms is as a last resort to protect themselves against tyranny and government, the precise kind of tyranny that my colleagues are exercising today. precisely when they're opening our borders up to lawless cartels and gangs, precisely when they're defunding the police, precisely when they're making our communities unsafe. They want to limit the ability of the American people to defend themselves and to exercise their Second Amendment rights to protect their families. That's what's happening on the floor, so my colleagues can appeal to their liberal white voters while they ignore the black men and women and brown men and women who are buying weapons to defend themselves in criminal hellholes in our country.
Gentleman's
I yield
time
back.
has expired. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Contrary to Mr. Roy, this bill takes away nobody's weapons because existing weapons are grandfathered in, if you'd only read the bill. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Escobar.
Ms. Escobar is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the assault weapons ban, which will save lives. Mr. Speaker, El Paso is coming up on a terrible anniversary. On August 3rd, 2019, my district was the site of the deadliest targeted attack on Latinos in modern history. 3 years later, my constituents are still recovering from their injuries. And because Republicans have decided that unfettered access to assault weapons is worth the routine slaughter of Americans, the domestic terrorist who attacked my community was able to do so with a legally purchased assault weapon. What was once an unthinkable tragedy, the mass carnage we saw in El Paso, is now commonplace across America. Americans are fed up, and so am I. Republicans have done nothing meaningful and hide behind thoughts and prayers, a phrase so empty and devoid of action that Congress is routinely and deservedly mocked for it. So today, I'm proud to act, and I'm proud to vote on the assault weapon ban. For El Paso, for Uvalde, for countless communities, I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
Mr. Bishop is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the Democrats give new meaning to the term progressive. This is the first time in American history, I believe, that a chamber of the Congress will pass a bill openly defying the Supreme Court's explicit declaration of the constitutional rights of the American people. It represents the farthest ever reach of the Democrats' long-pursued massive resistance doctrine. In markup, I asked if any Democrat disputed that this bill bans guns and magazines in common use. Chairman Nadler candidly responded, quote, "That's the point of the bill." In other words, the essence of the bill is to stop commerce in weapons, as alternatively described by the court in Heller in 2008, as those, quote, "typically possessed by law-abiding citizens for lawful purposes," close quote. Heller explained the origins of the right to keep and bear arms in militia service. Ordinarily, when called for militia service, able-bodied men were expected to appear bearing arms supplied by themselves and of the kind in common use at the time. The Supreme Court further explained, we also recognize another important limitation on the right to keep and bear and carry arms. Miller said, as we have explained, that the sort of weapons protected were those, quote, "in common use at the time." This was explained and recapitulated in Bruin just a month ago on June 23. And we see repeatedly that this is being defied. In fact, 1 week after Bruin, the Supreme Court granted petitions for certiorari, vacated and remanded one state ban on MSRs and a state ban on magazines in common use to be reconsidered.
Gentleman's time has expired.
This is defiance of the Supreme Court, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, contrary to Mr. Roy, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a report from Third Way entitled "The Red State Murder Problem."
Without objection.
And, Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I rise in strong support of this assault weapons ban to reclaim our streets, churches, schools, and synagogues. Assault weapons are killing machines and the weapon of choice for mass murderers. In my own county in Parkland, a lone teenager slaughtered 17 people by himself, all because he had an assault weapon. This deranged individual tragically, brutally killed and then overturned the lives of those families and forever changed our entire community. But this is no isolated case. Similar mass murders haunt Las Vegas, El Paso, Buffalo, Uvalde, Orlando, Pittsburgh, and too many other communities for me to list here today. No parent should fear seeing a child off to a mall, movie theater, or school, knowing that a killer wielding a weapon designed to kill as many people as possible, as fast as possible, may lay in wait for them. We need a whole-of-government solution to this health epidemic, including enforced ammunition background checks. But let's take these killing machines off our streets and end this fear that one person with one assault weapon in one moment can tragically tear countless lives apart. Republicans take note. The Supreme Court clearly allows limitations on weapons in their decisions.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Doesn't make it true. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the ranking member. There is a motion to recommit that I would like to offer. If we adopt a motion to recommit, we will instruct the House Committee on Judiciary to consider the amendment to H.R. 1808, which excludes active duty and retired military from the ban on assault weapons. I therefore ask unanimous consent to include the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, just imagine you're a 17-year-old who makes a decision to enlist in the Army, the Marine Corps, the Navy, and then that 17-year-old goes through 8 weeks of basic combat training, BCT, at one of the basic training centers in Fort Jackson or Fort Knox or Fort Benning. And then they're given a service weapon, an M16 typically, and taught to assemble, disassemble that weapon down to the bolt. They'll go through the training with the drill sergeant. They'll be on a range, on a live fire range with this service weapon. And then the 17-year-old will go to AIT to be taught their specialty and continue to be on active duty or in the reserves or in the National Guard and then potentially deployed. What this bill seeks to do is prevent this member of the military who comes home either to the Reserve Unit or National Guard unit, or on active duty, from purchasing a rifle that they can use on their own. My colleagues who support the bill are saying, we trusted you to join the service, we encouraged you to join the service. But then when it comes down to it, we really don't trust you to go out and purchase that weapon. It makes no sense. If the majority is going to snub every veteran in this country by saying, we don't trust you, how can the U.S. government ask someone to enlist when they don't trust them to have the same responsibility with their own personal weapon? Mr. Speaker, if we adopt the motion to recommit, we will instruct the Committee on Judiciary to consider my amendment to H.R. 1808 to ensure that the nation's active duty members and veterans will be
Gentleman's
trusted.
time has expired.
30 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized for another 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, it's still amazing to me that the majority rejected this in the Judiciary Committee. They talk a good game when it comes to veterans, but when it comes right down to it, they don't trust them. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider.
Mr. Schneider, sorry. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute. Mr. Schneider is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in emphatic support of H.R. 1808, the assault weapons ban of 2022. Over the past few weeks, survivors of the horrific shooting in Highland Park, Illinois, came to D.C. determined to make change. They teamed up with families from Uvalde, Parkland, and Newtown to demand an assault weapons ban to reduce the chance of other communities experiencing the trauma they all tragically bear. Today, thanks in no small part to their efforts, the American people will get that recorded vote. The world is watching. No other nation experiences a grotesque number of murders from deranged individuals turning weapons of war on kids in school, families at prayer, people watching a parade. The vote we are taking today will show the families of those murdered exactly who is on their side, who is protecting our children and putting people over politics, and conversely, who is on the other side voting for their own power. I thank Speaker Pelosi and Congressman Cicilline for working tirelessly to secure a timely vote, and I urge passage of this bill. I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair will advise the managers. Mr. Nadler has 13 minutes. Mr. Jordan has 11 minutes. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
Mr. Clyde is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you to the gentleman from Ohio. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 1808, which is just the latest gun-grabbing bill Democrats are dangerously ramming through their unconstitutional crusade to disarm America. The ink is barely dry on this anti-gun bill from last month, and here they are pushing another anti-gun bill that proclaims to make us safer, but does the exact opposite. It puts citizens at greater risk by taking away the rights of the law-abiding. This legislation takes aim at our Constitution by banning what the Democrats call assault weapons, which is a vague political term used as a catchphrase to make the public think they are banning guns that assault people. But the truth is, the bill would ban the most popular semi-automatic rifle in America, the AR-15, and what the industry calls modern sporting rifles. The Democrats have consistently called them weapons of war and are trying to ban them from being purchased by law-abiding citizens. But who does this bill exempt? The federal government. Federal government agencies like the Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Education, Department of Labor, Department of Housing and Urban Development, and down the line. So if they're weapons of war, as the Democrats call them, what do these departments need with weapons of war? Is the Department of Education going to use them against the moms and dads who protest against woke local school board policies? Is the Department of Housing and Urban Development going to use them against the occupants in their housing developments? You cannot have it both ways. If it's a weapon of war, then ban these federal agencies too. The truth is they are simply a semi-automatic rifle that Democrats want to demonize so they can ban more guns and take away more of our citizens' unalienable constitutional rights. Democrat ignorance and malice do not justify banning nearly 25 million firearms that Americans, including myself, proudly own and responsibly use. Now, I know the author of this legislation would prefer that I spare him both the prefatory clause and the supremacy clause of the Second Amendment, but it is quite clear, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Shall not be infringed, period, is the supremacy clause. And banning an entire class of firearms, the most popular firearm in common use today, is clearly infringement. An armed America is a safe and free America. I urge all of my colleagues to stand firm in the fight to protect and preserve the Second Amendment by voting no on this unconstitutional and therefore illegal piece of legislation. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter of endorsement of the assault weapons ban from the Major Cities Chiefs Association, a professional organization of law enforcement executives representing the largest cities in the United States.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a report from the Violence Policy Center entitled Target Law Enforcement Assault Weapons in the News.
Without objection.
I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Higgins.
Mr. Higgins is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, no technology advances more quickly in our society than technology of killing. Every day, weapons of mass destruction are being made and manipulated to kill more people more quickly. Buffalo, New York, May 14th, one shooter, a racist shooter, went into a supermarket on Jefferson Avenue and shot 13 people, killing 10 of them. The shooting started and was completed in 2 minutes and 3 seconds. One shooter. I often heard it said that the best way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. There was a good guy with a gun in the store that day that was working security. A retired 30-year veteran of the Buffalo Police Department. But he was helpless because he was outgunned by the bad guy with the gun who had an assault rifle. I thank Mr. Cicilline for his leadership on this issue, for his thoughtful approach to this, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu.
Ms. Chu is recognized for 1 minute.
We are the only country in the world where mass shootings continuously happen. They happen in schools, grocery stores, malls, hospitals, parades, you name it. In America, there has not been a single week in 2022 without a mass shooting. Weapons of war especially have no place in our streets or schools or our grocery stores. They have no place in nail salons or churches or shopping malls. About their horrific impact on children like this, a trauma surgeon said, the tissue destruction is almost unimaginable. Bones are exploded. Soft tissue is absolutely destroyed. It's like a bomb went off. But we in Congress can end this. We can end this uniquely American plague of mass death caused by gun violence. I support the assault weapons ban because we cannot wait to act until the next mass shooting. We must pass this bill today.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman continues to reserve. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Mr. Green is recognized for 1 minute.
And still I rise, Mr. Speaker. I rise to announce that I will vote for this legislation, and I will do so because I know that there are 19 babies who were murdered at Robb Elementary School in Texas who will never have the right to vote. I rise to vote for it because there are 2 teachers who were murdered who will never have the opportunity to seek the future that was theirs. I rise because we have a governor in the state of Texas who could have saved all of those lives if he had but only, after the shooting at Walmart that took 23 lives, passed legislation such as what we're passing today. I rise because I don't want the blood of the next person murdered with an AR-15 type weapon on my hands. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We will continue to reserve, Mr.
Gentleman continues to reserve. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Titus.
Gentlelady from Nevada is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I've heard a lot of talk today about the Constitution. Well, when the Founding Fathers wrote the Second Amendment, these kind of weapons didn't even exist. They had muskets and flintlock pistols that could fire 3 or 4 shots in a minute in a good day, and they weren't very accurate at all. Founding Fathers did not know or anticipate these weapons of mass destruction that shooters use today to kill as many innocent people as brutally and quickly as possible. And that's exactly what they did in my district on October the 1st, 2070, when you had 60 people shot at a concert. I urge my colleagues on the other side to have the courage to stand up to the NRA and support this legislation. It's common sense, it's necessary, and it will prevent mass shootings and save lives. I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Gentleman from New York reserves. Then the gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the chairman of the Appropriations Committee, the distinguished gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro.
Ms. DeLauro is recognized for 1 minute.
26 souls, including 20 babies, massacred at Sandy Hook Elementary School. Parkland, Buffalo, Uvalde. The common denominator, an AR-15 style assault weapon, the weapon of choice. 8 of the 10 deadliest mass shootings involved an assault weapon. We cannot be numb to this needless violence. It is long past time for us to act. In Connecticut, the tragedy at Sandy Hook changed our lives forever. These are unspeakable tragedies. They are avoidable tragedies, and they're happening in our schools, our grocery stores, our places of worship. The legislation before us today will reduce the prevalence of assault weapons, ban the purchase of assault weapons, get them off of our streets, make our communities safer, protect our children, save their lives. Is that not the noblest of goals? To save lives. We have the opportunity to do that in this body today. Enough is enough.
Gentlelady's
I yield back.
time has expired. Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would yield 5 minutes to the chair of the Second Amendment Caucus, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the gentleman from Ohio. If facts are the ammunition of debate, I'd like to point out that the other side of the aisle entered this room unarmed. There's so many mischaracterizations, or misfires, if you will, about this bill and what this bill does that I don't know where to start. But let me start here with the words of the author of this bill. He says it will ban weapons of war only suitable for soldiers in combat. Is that what it does? Does it ban an M16? It doesn't ban an M16 or an M4. It bans the most commonly sold rifle in the United States today and for the last several years. It doesn't ban weapons of war. It explicitly exempts the M1 Garand. General Patton said the M1 Garand is the finest implement of battle ever devised. Why is it exempted? It's a weapon of war. It exempts the M1 carbine. Look at the picture of the soldiers, the Marines at Iwo Jima. What were they carrying? The M1 carbine. It exempts the quintessential Cold War weapon, the pride of the Chinese and the communists, the SKS. It's exempted in this bill. These are literal weapons of war that are not in this bill. Now, they'll come back and ban those, but they don't want to ban them right now because they don't look scary enough. They have a wooden forestock and a wooden butt. They're not made of plastic. They don't look like the scary stuff on the news, so they have no interest in banning that. Literal, actual weapons of war are not banned, but the most common firearm sold today is banned. But let's take them at their word. Weapons of war, these are weapons of war. We got to ban weapons of war. Well, they exempt 80-some federal agencies from the ban. Literally every bureaucratic agency in the government can have a weapon of war under this bill. Weapons of war, as they call them. So we offered an amendment in the committee. We couldn't conceive of why the Department of Education would need a weapon of war to complete their mission of educating our children, coming up with curriculum. We couldn't conceive of why the USDA would need weapons of war. So we offered an amendment to exempt the USDA and the Department of Education from being able to have these weapons of war, so-called weapons of war. Every Democrat, even though they couldn't give us a good reason of why these agencies would need weapons of war or with whom they plan to go to war, are they bringing them to the school board? Where are they going to bring these things? Now, they couldn't give a good reason why these agencies would need weapons of war, but they all voted to allow these agencies to have weapons of war. Now, the reason we came to that conclusion is they aren't weapons of war. It's the most common firearm sold in the United States today. These are not weapons of war. There was one Democrat who did articulate a reason. He said, well, they're actually good for defense. You might need them to defend the Department of Education. Well, that's what the Second Amendment is about. It's not about making sure that the Department of Education, which, by the way, is unconstitutional, but it's not making sure that the Department of Education can have proper defense. It's for the people to have proper defense. So that's the first falsehood. Now, here's another reason that gun owners should be concerned about this bill. Maybe you don't own one of these firearms, but if you own guns, you know about terminal ballistics. You know what are suitable calibers for hunting deer, for hunting coyotes. We've heard it said here today and in the committee, and they showed us a video. Oh, the terminal ballistics of a .223 round are so dangerous that we need to ban these AR-15s because they shoot .223 rounds. What they didn't show you was a video of a deer cartridge, like a 30-06 or a 7mm or a .308. If you are banning, if the purpose of this legislation is to ban these firearms because they shoot a cartridge with those terminal ballistics of a .223, then you absolutely plan to come after deer rifles because they have 2 and 3 times as much power, 2 and 3 times as much destructive and killing power as the cartridge used in the firearm that you seek to ban here today. Another falsehood, this bill will save lives. Let me get to this. We heard it here today. I was waiting for it. It was mentioned a couple times. Even the Speaker of the House mentioned it. They have said that the 94 to 2004 assault weapons ban, so-called assault weapons, reduced crime, that crime went down. Well, guess what? From 95 to 2004, there were 2 million of these firearms imported or manufactured and sold.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Yield the gentleman additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized for another 30 seconds.
The number of these rifles doubled in the United States during your last assault weapons ban. If you think crime went down because of the last assault weapons ban, then you've got some explaining to do because the number of those rifles increased. Maybe, just maybe, people became safer. I urge opposition to this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio is reserved. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly.
Mr. Connolly is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman. We face 2 choices today in this body. One is to protect our children, to protect our houses of worship, to protect where we shop, to protect when we watch a movie from guns that exist for one purpose only: mass death inflicted efficiently. Or we can listen to the other argument, which you've heard. Enthrall to the gun manufacturers to protect them at any cost. And you, as a citizen, are collateral damage at the altar of the gun manufacturers. And we will be bathed in blood forever. It is time to act. It is time to end the madness and disenthrall ourselves from automatic weapons that are mass killers. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Nadler reserves.
Reserve.
Mr. Jordan reserves. Mr. Nadler is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Majority Leader of the House, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer.
Mr. Hoyer is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. This is, of course, an emotional debate. Some have talked about fear, and they instill fear in the process. As Mr. Nadler has pointed out, no weapons are taken away. A number of members on the other side of the aisle have gotten up and said this is an unconstitutional bill. Yet, from 1994 to 2004, that bill was tested in the courts. None of those courts found that unconstitutional. In the Heller case, which has been quoted over and over again, a very simple statement was made by that super liberal, Antonin Scalia. He said, like most rights, the rights secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. From Blackstone through the 19th century cases, commentators and courts routinely explained that the right was not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in any manner whatsoever for whatever purposes. One indication of that, of course, is that we have a ban on machine guns in America. Now, one could answer, well, they're not in common use. That's correct, because they're banned. 67% of Americans support an assault weapon ban. 53%, over half, strongly support, and another 14% somewhat support, for a total of 67%. That's in a poll by the Morning Consult on May 25th, 22. There was another poll by Pew in September of 21 that said that 63% of Americans support. Both polls, over 60% of Americans, over 2/3 of Americans, think this action makes sense. I'm sure the founders, as they were discussing the Second Amendment, debated whether we ought to have mass rapid-fire weapons covered by the Second Amendment. They had no idea such weapons certainly didn't exist, and they acted within the framework of the times in which they lived. Mr. Speaker, Congress must take action today to protect all Americans from dangerous and deadly assault weapons. If we do so, we will still be the country who has the most weapons per capita in the world, more weapons than people, which would seem to think, therefore, we ought to be the least dangerous nation if the premise that there are more people that are armed, the less crime we'll have. Seems a little counterintuitive to me. The weapons that we're talking about are able to kill large numbers rapidly. Used to kill 6 adults and 20 children at Sandy Hook. Used to kill 61 people in Las Vegas. Used to kill 19 students and 2 teachers in Uvalde, Texas, just a few weeks ago. From Aurora to Orlando, San Bernardino to Buffalo, El Paso, and Highland Park. They've been mentioned today, and we ought to mention them on a regular basis to remind us. We have watched assault weapons inflict mass destruction in our communities time and time and time again. Not only do these weapons claim the lives of innocent civilians, they frequently kill members of law enforcement who've worked to keep their communities safe. That's why law enforcement largely, not all of them, support this bill, because they see that as one of the greatest dangers to their lives. Indeed, one study by the Violence Policy Center found that nearly a quarter of all the police officers killed in the line of duty between 2016 and 2017 were killed by the same firearms that would be outlawed under this ban. Of those police officers killed by assault weapons, almost a quarter of them were wearing body armor that was nevertheless penetrated by a bullet. These types of attack and police killings are not inevitable. We know there's a better way. We know that because these attacks became far less common when an overwhelmingly bipartisan coalition, this was not some Democratic bill. It was a bipartisan bill. I'll speak more to that in just a second. Came together in '94 to pass a ban, including 46 House Republicans. That measure had support from law enforcement and from both Democratic and Republican presidents, including Ronald Reagan. After Republicans were in control of Congress, they allowed that ban to expire in 2004. Mass shootings tripled. Tripled. Today, I'm pleased to bring Mr. Cicilline's bill to the floor to reinstate America's assault. Reinstate a bill that has been taken to the court already. This legislation would prohibit the possession and manufacture, sale, and transfer of semi-automatic assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. It does not take any of those away from any citizen. To be clear, we are not undermining the Second Amendment. I am for a person having the right to have a weapon, not only to hunt, but in his home, in his business, to protect himself and his family, and where authorized, to carry upon his person where authorized. This bill will not lead to confiscation of firearms, notwithstanding the fear that has been expressed. Weapons that were legally purchased before its enactment. However, it will set safety requirements. Doesn't that make sense? We have safety requirements for our cars. Doesn't it make sense to have safety requirements for weapons that can kill? Additionally, this legislation will provide funding for buyback programs for those who would prefer to be responsible neighbors and community members and relinquish their assault weapons voluntarily. But of course, our NRA friends have this slippery slope concept that anything we do, even banning cop killer bullets, goes too far because the next step and the next step and the next step. These common sense reforms will save the lives of law enforcement officers and innocent Americans across the country. The Speaker spoke that we're going to bring additional community safety legislation to the floor to support our police, because as much as the Republicans would like to say we Democrats are for defunding the police, it is absolutely incorrect and false, and they know it. Why do they know it? Because we bring appropriation bills to this floor which fund the police, not only at the national level, but at the state and local level as well, which gives lie to the assertion that we are for. Are there some people who use that comment? Look in the mirror, folks. There's some people on your side of the aisle who say absurd things. There are many people on both sides of the aisle who say, let's support and protect police. This is a way to do it. Today we have an opportunity to put votes behind our words and show who is ready to do exactly that. Now, I hope my Republican friends and Democratic friends and my fellow Americans will listen to the quote that I'm about to give from a president that used to be revered on the Republican side of the aisle, but is now not looked at as such a reverential figure. Ronald Reagan said this: listen to the American public and to the law enforcement community and support a ban on the further manufacture of these weapons. A moment of silence is not enough. I'm not sure, I should have counted how many moments of silence we have had on this floor this year and lamented the loss of children and the elderly and everybody in between because of a weapon that is designed to kill a lot of people quickly. No more moments of silence. Let's act. Vote yes. Pass this bill.
Gentleman from Maryland yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we haven't said the Second Amendment was unlimited. We quoted the Second Amendment,
The Second Amendment, which the Supreme Court has said protects firearms in common use. 24 million Americans have these weapons out there. That is most certainly common use. And the fact that the chair of the Judiciary Committee says, I don't care, we're going to do it even though we know it's unconstitutional, that is just wrong. With that, I yield 1 minute to my friend, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
As for 1 minute.
Too often, Mr. Speaker, we skip over the fundamental principle and precept and driver of the Second Amendment, so let's reaffirm our faith here. Our founders were determined to fight against their own government for our freedom and independence. They stated unequivocally that when there were a train of abuses and usurpations and the citizens were reduced to absolute despotism, it was our right and our duty to throw off that government. We wouldn't have these United States. We wouldn't be here today without this sacred Second Amendment. Every law-abiding citizen in America must be able to meet evil with equal or greater force, whether it's a violent criminal, a crazed killer, or a coercive government. We should, Mr. Speaker, we must reject this attempt to trample the Constitution, violate the spirit of what those founders wrote into that sacred document, and to disarm our citizens. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair will advise the managers. Mr. Jordan has 1 minute. Mr. Nadler has 6 minutes. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the previous speaker on the Republican side said that citizens must be able to meet the government with equal arms. The United States government has hydrogen bombs. Does he think that every citizen ought to have a hydrogen bomb? Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I know the damage that guns can cause firsthand. When I was 16, an accidental gunshot severed my spinal cord and left me paralyzed. Yet the damage caused by that gun pales in comparison to the destruction caused by assault weapons, whose sole purpose is to inflict maximum damage on their targets. No one needs an assault weapon to go deer hunting. No one needs an assault weapon to defend their home. These weapons of war simply have no place on our streets. After all, it's no coincidence that assault weapons were the firearm of choice for the killers in Uvalde, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Parkland, Orlando, Sandy Hook, and the list goes on. So I ask my colleagues, does this body have the courage to stop the next massacre from taking place? Or will we shirk from our responsibilities and our duty and content to simply offer thoughts and prayers while Americans, and even small children, are mowed down in our schools, grocery stores, and places of worship? I know which side I'm on, and I hope my colleagues will join me. I thank Congressman Cicilline for his steadfast work on bringing this legislation to the floor. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Strong support of the assault weapons ban. I live very close to Highland Park, Illinois, and I have heard from literally hundreds of people and met with hundreds of people, students, teachers, parents, and small business owners, and yes, even law enforcement officials who demand that we have and pass an assault weapons ban. Today's vote would not be possible without the fearless and tireless work of advocates and survivors. This day is for them. And I think that there is no rational reason that we would allow these weapons of mass destruction to be on the streets of our country that ravages our families, our communities, and even our way of life. And I urge a yes vote to ban assault weapons. I yield back.
Ms. Schakowsky yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter.
Ms. Capter is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Americans want their freedom back, and I would say to my colleague from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, your freedom stops where mine begins, and that of my constituents begin. Schools, shopping malls, grocery stores, Independence Day parades shouldn't be scenes of mass carnage and bloodshed. Weapons of war have no place on the streets of America. An experienced Ohio sheriff says it well. Assault weapons and large capacity magazines should only be utilized by the military and law enforcement. A proposal to ban their use is common sense, supported by a majority of Americans. Until such time that members of Congress start to care about the safety of children in our schools more than their next re-election, mass shootings will continue to occur and innocent people will die. One of the most experienced chiefs of police I represent says the following: the connection between guns and illicit drugs is 100%. So let's take the two most important steps: remove large capacity assault weapons from our streets and arrest the drug dealers who are creating death and destruction across our country. Let's give freedom back to the American people, and I yield back.
Time has expired. Gentlelady yields back. The chair will remind the members to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio reserves.
Well, I would just say, if the gentlelady from Ohio wants to come to the 4th District of Ohio and debate me on the Second Amendment, I'd welcome her to come anytime she wants to our district. She can stand here and lecture all she wants, but I'd welcome her to come to our district. I'd be happy to debate her. And my guess is the constituents I get the privilege of representing, most of them probably agree with me and agree with the United States Constitution. I reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee, member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman. This has been an interesting debate. The cumulative debate from the Republican side have been members who've been wanting to show their knowledge of weapons, their intimate knowledge of weapons. They're almost a fetishism with weapons, something that only Freud would properly understand and be able to explain to the American people. They've talked about hands being dangerous and knives being dangerous, but hands and knives and other weapons that they discussed don't kill people in volume and number like AR-15s do. The CIA did a study and said that even shots to extremities all made fatal impacts on people. The AR-15 is an outgrowth of a military weapon that was designed for military use. The AR-15 is a weapon that destroys people's bodies, kills them quickly, and it should not be allowed in a civilized, safe society, particularly for children and for people in the general public. I urge passage of the bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time does each side have?
The gentleman from Ohio has 45 seconds.
We're prepared to close.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, red flag laws take all guns from some people. This bill makes illegal some guns for all people, and we know where they want to go. We know what they want to do. They want to take all guns from all people because they can't stand the Second Amendment. They hate the Second Amendment. In fact, during the markup, the sponsor of the legislation said this, quote, "Spare me the BS about constitutional rights." Well, Republicans care about law-abiding citizens' constitutional liberties, their First Amendment rights, their Second Amendment rights, their Fourth Amendment due process rights, and all of those have been attacked by the Democrats over the last several months. That's why we should vote no on this legislation and let law-abiding Americans have the respect for the Second Amendment they deserve. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is no surprise that assault weapons are the weapon of choice for mass shooters and those who target law enforcement. They are designed for ruthless efficiency, killing the most people in the shortest amount of time. And the gentleman from Ohio was right. I did say in the committee, spare us the BS. I meant the Republican BS about the Constitution, about the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is designed not to allow people to fight the government. Do we want to take up arms against American troops? Is that what they say? That is what they say. We saw what that did with the insurrection we had recently, and that was a mild case. No, the assault weapons, the Second Amendment is designed to allow for a well-regulated militia, which is to say in our day, the National Guard. The assault weapons ban would take the weapons of war off our streets and save countless lives. And that is why it is supported by all associations of police, by the American Federation of Teachers, the American College of Physicians, the American Public Health Association, the National Alliance to End Sexual Violence, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, the Major Cities Police Chiefs Association. They know what they're doing. The assault weapons ban would take these weapons of war off our streets. It would prevent more of the Uvaldes, more of the Parklands, more of the Tree of Life synagogues. I urge all members to support this important legislation, and I yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1302, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor shall say aye. Those opposed shall say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Third reading of the bill.
A bill to regulate assault weapons to ensure that the right to keep and bear arms is not unlimited and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Fitzgerald of Wisconsin moves to recommit the bill H.R. 1808 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor shall say aye. Aye. All those opposed shall say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
And the nays.
Gentleman from Wisconsin requests the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of passage. This is a 15-minute vote. Does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Purposes the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Tiffany from Wisconsin, I inform the House that Mr. Tiffany will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
Ready? What purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Mark DeSaulnier of California, Mr. David Scott of Georgia, and Mr. Seth Moulton of Massachusetts, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas and Ms. Maliotakis from New York, I inform the House that they will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition? The gentleman from Colorado seeks recognition for.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Diana DeGette of Colorado and Mr. Tom Suozzi of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Schakowsky of Illinois, I inform the House that Ms. Schakowsky will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does my friend from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Smucker will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Veazey, I inform the House that Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Veazey will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Speaker Perlmutter, as the gentleman designated by Mr. John Carter of Texas, Kay Granger of Texas, Troy Nails of Texas, and Paul Gilzer of Arizona, I inform the House they will all vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Mr. Speaker, happy birthday. Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Cahaley, Mike Thompson, Andy Levin, Bordeaux, Vargas, Swalwell, Richie Torres, Cuellar, Panetta, and Keating, inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, Mr. Barr of Kentucky, and Mr. Guthrie of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Barr, Mr. Guthrie, and Mr. McHenry will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated for Mr. Wenstrup of Ohio and Mr. LaHood of Illinois, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wenstrup and Mr. LaHood will both vote aye on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Stevens, Ms. Bustos, Ms. Craig, Ms. Frankel, Ms. Dingle, Mr. Blumenauer, and Mr. Ryan, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit. Even though
What purpose does my friend from Colorado seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Williams, Ms. Moore, Mr. Caston, Ms. Bass, Mr. Evans, Ms. Sherfless McCormick, and Ms. Strickland, I inform the House and the distinguished speaker from the great state of Colorado that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Macbeth of Georgia, pursuant to HMS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Macbeth will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Spear of California and Ms. Leger Fernandez of New Mexico, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mike Johnson, Louisiana, I inform the House that Representative Johnson will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
Every time I... For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Joyce of Pennsylvania, Mr. Rashenthaler of Pennsylvania, Ms. Stefanik of New York, Mr. Comer of Kentucky, and Dr. Miller Meeks of Iowa, I inform the House that they will all vote yes on the motion to recommit.
Does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Porter, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote no on the motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Van Drew, Mr. Green of Tennessee, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, and Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, and Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Van Drew, Mr. Green, Mr. Guest, Mr. Crawford, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Palazzo, Mr. Lamborn, and Mr. Desjardins all will vote yea on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Bush, Mr. Bowman, Ms. Presley, Ms. Tlaib, and Ms. Stanbury, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mrs. Miller of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mrs. Miller will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
what purpose does the gentlelady from New York rise?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mr. Jeffries of New York pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Representative Jeffries will vote nay on the Republican motion to recommit H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gibbs from Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Lawson of Florida, and Mr. Deutsch of Florida, Ms. Rice, Carolyn Maloney of New York, and Mr. Smith of Washington, I inform the House that these members will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, Mr. Katko, and Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Mrs. Rice and Katko will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Babin of Texas, I inform the House Mr. Babin will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
Oh, aha. So for what purpose does the gentlelady from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Texas and Mr. Hearn of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Hearn and Mr. Gonzalez will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
Did you?
House that Mr. Wilson will be voting yea on the motion to recommit.
Does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Stewart, Vletlo, Ms. Kathleen Boyes Rogers, Mr. Owens, Conway, Herrera Butler, Garbarino, Curtis, I inform the House that they will all vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Lloyd Doggett and Ilhan Omar, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Steele of California, I inform the House that Ms. Steele will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Waltz and Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Jerry McNerney, Ms. Eddie Bernice Johnson, Ms. Pramila Jayapal, Mr. John Garamendi, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Peter Welch, inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparts, both of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparts will both vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bob Good of Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Good will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
Or for what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida and by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Gates and Ms. Boebert will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Donalds of Florida, I inform the House Mr. Donalds will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Boyle, Mr. Ruppersberger, Ms. Trahan, Mr. McKetchin, Ms. Newman, and Mr. Jones, I inform the House these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Is Jordan up? For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as members designated by Mr. Hartzler from Missouri, I inform the House Mr. Hartzler will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
On this vote, the yeas are 207, the nays are 220. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor shall say aye. Those opposed shall say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Ohio?
Ask for the yeas and nays.
Gentleman requests yeas and nays. Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bob Good of Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Good will vote no on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Jeffries of New York pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Representative Jeffries will vote yes on H.R. 1808, Assault Weapons Ban of 2022.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, Mr. Barr of Kentucky, and Mr. Guthrie of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Barr, Mr. Guthrie, and Mr. McHenry will vote nay on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Cahaley, Mike Thompson, Andy Levin, Bordeaux, Vargas, Swalwell, Richie Torres, Panetta, and Keating, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1808. Member Henry Cuellar, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote no on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Smucker will vote no on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Jerry McNerney, Ms. Eddie Bernice Johnson, Ms. Pramila Jayapal, Mr. John Garamendi, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Peter Welch, and Mr. Albio Series, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Miller Meeks of Ohio, Stefanik of New York, Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce of Pennsylvania, and also Comer of Kentucky, all those members will be voting no on passage.
All right. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Spear of California, Ms. Legger Fernandez of New Mexico, inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1808. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, Mr. Rice of South Carolina, Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger, Rice, and Katko will vote nay on H.R. 1808.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. McBath of Georgia, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. McBath will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Blunt Rochester of Delaware and Mr. Beasy of Texas, I inform the House that they will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wenstrup of Ohio, Mr. LaHood of Illinois, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Wenstrup, Mr. LaHood will both vote nay on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, inform the House that Representative Cardenas will vote yea on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does Mr. Weber from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker Perlmutter, how did I miss your birthday? Happy birthday. And as the member designated by Mr. John Carter, Kay Granger, Troy Nels of Texas, Paul Goes of Arizona, I inform the House they will all vote nay on the H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Lloyd Doggett and Ilhan Omar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
Ms. Sherflis McCormick, Ms. Strickland. I inform the House that those members will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey, Mr. Green of Tennessee, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, and Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. I inform the House that all of the above will vote nay on H.R. 1808. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Bush, Mr. Bowman, Ms. Presley, Ms. Tlaib, and Ms. Stansbury, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
Is he from North Dakota or something? What purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas and Ms. Maliatakis from New York, I inform the House that they will vote no on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Steele of California, I inform the House that Ms. Steele will vote no on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Smith, Ms. C. Maloney of New York, Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Christ of Florida, Ms. Rice of New York, Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Miller of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mrs. Miller will vote nay on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Boyle, Mr. Ruppersberger, Mr. McEachin, Mr. Jones, Ms. Trahan, Ms. Newman, I inform the House those members will vote yea on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Mike Johnson, Louisiana, I inform the House Representative Johnson will vote no on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire rise?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Stevens, Ms. Bustos, Ms. Craig, Ms. Frankel, Ms. Dingle, Mr. Blumenauer, and Mr. Ryan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Wilson be voting nay on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama and Ms. Schakowsky of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, Mr. Gates of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vehemently vote no on 1808.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote nay on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated for Stewart, Letlow, McMorris, Rogers, Owens, Conway, Herrera, Butler, Garbarino, and Curtis, I inform the House that they will vote nay on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks, both of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks will both vote no on H.R. 1808.
What purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Diana DeGette of Colorado, Mr. Mark DeSagne of California, Mr. Seth Moulton of Massachusetts, Mr. Tom Suozzi of New York, and Mr. David Scott of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote no on H.R. 1808.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Waltz of Florida and Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote no on H.R. 1808. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Donalds of Florida, I inform the House Mr. Donalds vote nay on H.R. 1808.
What purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Hartzler from Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote nay on H.R. 1808.
On this vote, the yeas are 217. The nays are 213. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Now what? What do you got? How do we do it? Pursuant to House Resolution 1254 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 5118. With the gentleman from New York, Mr. Higgins, kindly take the chair.
Go with that. The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union and for further consideration of H.R. 5118, which the clerk will report by title.
Union Calendar number 326, H.R. 5118. A bill to direct the Secretary of Agriculture to prioritize the completion of the Continental Divide National Scenic Trail and for other purposes.
Should do it. When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for recorded vote on Amendment number 3, printed in Part C of House Report 117-432, offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, has been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 16, proceedings will now resume, and those amendments printed in Part C of House Report 117-432, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 2 by Ms. Schreier of Washington. Amendment number 3 by Ms. Velasquez of New York. Here. The chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 2, printed as Part C of House Report 117-432 by the gentlewoman from New York, or Washington, Ms. Scheer. On which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part C of House Report number 117-432, offered by Ms. Schreier of Washington.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Blunt Rochester of Delaware, Mr. Veazey of Texas, I inform the House that they will vote yes on the Schreier amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, as a member designated by Representative Mike Johnson, Louisiana, I inform the House Representative Johnson votes no on amendment number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on the Schreier amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida and Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that they will both vote no on the amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mr. Jeffries of New York pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Representative Jeffries